Recording in progress. now beginning. We are now beginning the open session to hear public comment before closed session. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bana.
Here.
Vice Mayor Jimenez.
Presente.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Here.
Councilmember Robinson.
Here.
Councilmember Willis.
Here.
Councilmember Zepeda.
Here.
And Mayor Martinez.
Here.
During closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Item C1 is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure. There are 3 cases. Item C2, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Hanley's Hilltop Buick et al. Versus City of Richmond, Winehaven versus City of Richmond, Giddyville Rancheria, California et al. Versus United States of America et al., North Coast Rivers Alliance et al., Point Melody Alliance et al. Versus City of Richmond. Item C3. Item C4, there's nothing under C3. Item C4 is Public Employee Performance Evaluation, titles City Attorney and City Clerk. Item C5 is Conference with Labor Negotiators, Agency Representatives Sharon Taylor and Jack Hughes, Employee Organizations, SEIU Local 1021, Full-Time and Part-Time Units, IFPTE Local 21, Mid-Level Management and Executive Management Units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association.
Are there any public comments?
We have no request to address the council.
All right. In that case, public comment before closed session is closed, and we will adjourn to closed session now. The regular meeting of the Richmond City Council is now in order. Pledge of allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bonner,
Here.
Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Willis,
Here.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Here.
and Mayor Martinez.
Here.
Our next item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any?
Anyone?
Hearing none.
Yes, I would like to recuse myself from item Q3, and if we could have it as the last item so I could leave early, I would greatly appreciate it.
That was item Q3.
Yes, because my husband is a member of the Economic Development Commission and also Human Rights Commission. He's been since long time ago. So,
Okay.
thank
And-
you.
And actually, I should recuse myself since my wife is on the regla Richmond sister city.
Okay.
And then similarly, if we're all recusing myself, then my partner is on the Human Rights Commission, so I'd have to as well.
Right? So it's a good thing everyone's here. All right. I have requested that Q4 move to the beginning. And everything else will remain the same.
Okay, our next item is a report from City Attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
Okay, thank you. On the closed session agenda, we had three cases with exposure to litigation. We discussed the three matters, and there was no reportable action taken. With respect to the items, the Hilltop auto matter was not discussed. Concerning Winehaven, we get in the Giddyville Ranchera and North Rivers Alliance, there was a discussion of the status. And again, there was no reportable action in terms of that matter. In terms of the liability claims, they were not discussed. The public employee evaluation, the position of city attorney was not discussed, nor the position of city clerk, and the labor matters that are listed in C5. None of those items were discussed in closed session.
Our next item is a report from the city manager.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of the City Council and community members. Thank you for being here this evening. KCRT, can you please put up the slide deck? And go to slide 2. Thank you. First, I'd like to acknowledge the Coronado Neighborhood Council for the great event they had. They had a dumpster day on March 23rd. It was very well attended. There were 5 locations throughout the community. In addition to Public Works and their abatement team and the Richmond Neighborhood Coordinating Council and the Santa Fe Coronado neighborhood, I would also like to acknowledge volunteers from the mayor's office, city manager's office, community development, the housing authority, and economic development for their participation in the event as well. So we had a lot of city staff come out and volunteer, as well as the abatement team working, and you can see on the next slide, please, that it was very active and lots of items were collected to enable residents to clear things from their homes, as well as the surrounding neighborhood. Next slide. We currently have the.
Oh, okay.
Thank you for announcing that, sir. One moment. KCRT, can you please
The TVs are off.
assist? Thank you so much. Okay, we have,
Thank you, sir.
thank you. We have 4 on, it looks like. Okay, now they're all on. Thank you so much. Also, right now, we have visitors from Shimada Friendship Commission. Today, they, on Thursday, March 21st, the youth ambassadors with the Shimada Friendship Commission visited Fire Station 64. It was a very engaging visit. They took a comprehensive tour of the fire station and were introduced to members of the fire service, and it was a lot of fun. So I want to thank the fire department for working on that, as well as Trina Jackson, who's our council member liaison and project coordinator, for all her work organizing these events. Next page. Upcoming, there is a community survey. Please take time to complete the survey regarding the Richmond Parkway. It's a road that we all frequently travel, and it would be great to have your input on how to make it safer and to expand transportation and to reduce health impacts from traffic. Next slide. Coming up, we have Bike to Work Day, or Bike to Wherever Day now, excuse me. There's also an online survey here, and all of the online survey links will be available in the city manager's report. We're hoping that to please not make nominations for Bike Champion. Next slide. Also, another great way to be involved is to vote for the best businesses in Richmond. Another online voting opportunity, and so it's great to shine a light on our great businesses and vote for the ones that you particularly enjoy. Next slide. Also, last but not least, 2 more important surveys. For those who, business owners in our community, we are trying to, in our employment and training department, understand better what the workforce needs are in our community and how we can be supportive. And so if you can access this survey via QR code and also the city manager's office. You can call us at 510-620-6512. Again, 510-620-6512, and we can connect you to the weekly report and to the appropriate web pages so that you can respond to these surveys, because they do provide guidance on the services we provide in our community. And also the housing and non-housing 2530 consolidated plan, which we work on with Contra Costa County to help inform services for our community. It's really an important document to make sure that Richmond receives an appropriate allocation of resources. So please take the survey for Contra Costa County, the consortium, and provide your input to make sure that we're represented. Thank you.
Our next items, reports of officers, referrals to staff, and general reports, including AB 1234 reports, and it's limited to 2 minutes per council member.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last week, I traveled to Burbank. I went there as part of Cal City's Transportation, Communication, and Public Works Policy Committee. And we were there to learn more about, it's a regional group, and all the city council members from various cities across the state meet and get an update on what is going on in legislation across the state and across the country. And while I was there, we got to learn about some of the deadlines and timelines and new laws that would be affecting Richmond, especially any opportunities for funding. There's billions of dollars for public transit, for transportation, for communications, and just fixing our roads and infrastructure. So great information there that I will be bringing back to the different departments to help share. Also last week, I attended the Shimada Friendship Commission youth visiting from Shimada. They were here till this Wednesday, so if anybody is interested in meeting with them, they will be having their sayonara party this Wednesday here at the library. Also, on April 6th, I will be having my second annual District 2 Strategy and Community Meeting from 10 to 12 at Bridge Art Space. It is open to everyone, not just those in District 2. And it's just an opportunity to come together and strategize and goal plan. I also attended the Point Richmond Spring Fling. Even though it was raining at times, it was still a great time and opportunity for the kids to come out and do an Easter egg hunt and being able to judge their very cool hats for spring. And then I also attended the Public Safety Awards dinner. And thank you for everyone who keeps our community safe, and congratulations to them all. That is it for my report. Thank you.
Sahela? Councilmember Bana.
Thank you. So first of all, I wanted to say Happy Nowruz again, and for our Baha'i friends who are here, and I know it's the beginning of a new year for them too, Happy New Year. It's an old tradition, like over 5,000 years old, that is celebrated in Central Asia, all the way to Iran, to Turkey, Kurdistan. If you were in Iran, your children still wouldn't go to school. Schools are off for 2 weeks. You still would say Happy Nowruz to everyone you meet for the first 2 weeks. So Happy Nowruz to everyone again, and I hope this next Nowruz we can celebrate it for the larger community at the city level. I would like to thank our Mayor Martinez for his support of the upcoming launch of Richmond Task Force to End Gender-Based Violence. We are very excited about it. It's happening this Thursday here. If you're interested, let me know. You're welcome to join us. And I also would like to thank my fellow council member, Gail McLaughlin, for the active role she has played in bringing MOU for wildfire prevention between Contra Costa and Alameda counties into fruition. They're going to start meetings in April. The cities of Richmond, El Cerrito, Berkeley, in addition to the county of Alameda and Contra Costa, as well as Hercules Fire District, have all joined the MOU. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I want to thank the council for granting me the grace of making mistakes. I should have called on Councilmember McLaughlin first. Go ahead.
Thank you. No worries at all. So I just have a few things to announce, and I do it every week because these events are getting closer. One is the Marina Bay Farmers Market will begin its launch. Its first farmers market will occur on Sunday, April 7th from 10 to 2. And it will be held in part of the parking lot of Marina Bay Park. So then it'll happen every Sunday from 10 to 2 thereafter. And so we've worked very hard, Councilmember Robinson, myself, LaShonda Wilson, and other staff, and Teresa from Urban Tilth have really put together a great startup of this farmers market. I also want to mention, so please come, 10 to 2 on April 7th at Marina Bay Park. Also, the Civic Center the location of the ongoing farmers market on Barrett Street is going to be moved to in front of the library where it used to be. Some of us remember it used to be there, and that was a better location. The farmers give credence to that, and so they wanted to come back. And so on our last council meeting, we approved the lease, or a modification of the lease, to move back to in front of the library, and I believe it's going to be there on this Friday. Is that correct? Or no? Okay, we're not sure. But when it's there, please come. Come even while it's still at Barrett Street. But we want to really have a healthy community and a community gathering spot at both these farmers markets. And the last thing I want to mention is our Literacy Festival is another great event. So many hands working on this to put forward a great program and a great event on April 13th. That's a Saturday from 10 to 2 at the Richmond Auditorium. So Literacy Festival, April 13th, 10 to 2 at the auditorium, and don't miss that, and don't miss the farmers markets either.
Thank you. Councilmember Robinson.
Good evening, everybody. So I'm just gonna, just say I'm really happy we finally got to the point where we have a date for the farmer's market, and at the same time, we're uplifting the existing farmer's market, so it becomes a real gathering place for people in a better location, and we can hopefully honor Tom Coleman in the process, who's been 40 years bringing fresh fruits and vegetables to Richmond, and he has so much history, and many people don't even know Tom. So I'm excited about that project, and really great to work with Council Member McLaughlin on that. And then I also wanted to just bring forward the kind of report back from the NERV committee. So we did meet with NERV. It's a periodic committee that meets. It's the Nystrom United Revitalization Effort. And we had a lot of great conversations. One of them was about Nystrom Village. If you live in that area, or if you've gone through on Marina Way, you know that the old housing development there is called Nystrom Village. It's in pretty, especially from the outside, it looks like it's in very bad disrepair. And for a long time, there's been a plan to redevelop that and make much better housing for more folks. Unfortunately, the last developer didn't work out, so now it's going out again to find a new developer for that project. So there's discussion on, you know, what's going to happen, which units are we going to preserve for their historic value, and where. Those conversations are in the air again. We're hoping that a new RFP is going to go out soon, so we can find a new developer and really make that project happen. It's been a long time coming, and I feel like this whole report is about things that are a long time coming, because the next thing that we discussed was the Martin Luther King Center. And one of the things that that I brought to council recently was I realized there was a little bit of money left from the insurance process around the Martin Luther King Center, which unfortunately it was taken down, and the promise was made to the community that it would go back up. And so when I realized there was a little money left over, I brought to council that we wanted to use that money to update the conceptual design and create a fundraising plan, so we don't just say that we made a commitment to the community to bring the building back and to build it, but actually create a plan so we can actually do that. So in the meeting, we talked about, you know, what steps we would need to do to convene NERV more often and restart the community process so we can update the plan. The plan was the existing conceptual plan was finished in 2016, so a lot has changed. So we want to update the design, the conceptual design for MLK Center. So I wanted to make sure that people knew that that was happening, so that when the community meetings and everything actually get started, you have a heads up and you can participate if you live in that community or if you're concerned and you want to be involved. One of the things that we discussed is making sure that in this new design and in the Nystrom Village area that we uplift the history of Black Richmond residents who made amazing history there. There's all kinds of history throughout the site. People who have visited, you know, amazing things that have happened in that space that we want to make sure is a part of those structures and a part of the community going forward. So that was discussed. And then finally, we talked about that in the ARPA allocations, there was funds set aside for improvement to Richmond fields. And that was not just soccer fields, but all fields and parks. And so for the MLK Park, that means it was targeted for improvements to the restroom. If you've been to the MLK bathrooms, they're pretty rank. And so, you know, there's going to be a process, again, a community process. So if you live in that area, there's your time to chime in on what you'd like to see improvements in that bathroom. You know, it's your time to speak up. And then just a general kind of note as I kind of end my conversation about what happened in the NERV meeting is, you know, those ARPA funds were for all fields, and there was funds that are set aside to make improvements to all fields. So yes, there's an effort to definitely build more soccer fields. We have a huge population here that definitely engages that, but it also included money explicitly for all fields and improvements. So I want to make sure that that was clear. Thank you.
Councilmember Willis.
Thank you. Quick report that I wanted to state is last week I was actually out sick, but on the 16th Saturday before I got sick, the Wendell Area Action Team, along with members of the Richmond Police Department and the Richmond Explorers, actually came out to the Wendell Park area and did a clean sweep in the morning. I actually showed up to the event an hour late thinking that's when it started, and by the time I got there, was pretty much already done. It was actually a struggle to find trash in the area, so it was a great event, and was glad to see the excitement and investment in the area, and actually hearing some of the folks actually admire a lot of the neighbors and a lot of the beautiful gardens that they actually have. And also just wanted to announce that this Saturday, March 30th, between 15th Street and 17th Street off of Visalia Avenue, and also, give me a second, on the 400 block of 18th Street, there's actually going to be a neighborhood dump day for the Belding Woods Garcia area from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. So wanted to make that announcement, especially if you're in the area or if you want to show up to volunteer, if you just so happen to have that one bulky item that you need to just toss in the dumpster real quick. It'll be there this Saturday from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. on 15th Street, between 15th and 17th Street, and off of Visalia Avenue and the 400 block of 18th Street. So hope to see you there this Saturday.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Just one thing, I feel like it's important to give credit where credit is due, and I forgot to say that I actually had a co-sponsor, Claudia, Councilmember Jimenez, to the action that we did to move the money for the MLK Center. And her co-sponsoring that item made it possible to move that money. And I just wanted to say that because it's important, because I think this council really takes our commitments to community seriously. And we want to move on it and do everything we can to make sure that we're fulfilling commitments that were made.
Thank you. I'll finish up with my reports. We are launching the Best of Richmond. Today is the day. Voting is now open for the 2024 Best of Richmond contest. For more information, you can go to the Richmond Chamber of Commerce website, rcoc.com. The Best of Richmond contest is an initiative designed to highlight and celebrate the excellence and diversity of our local business community. It invites residents to nominate and then to vote for their favorite local enterprises across more than 100 categories, encompassing dining, retail, professional services, and home services. The Richmond Chamber of Commerce and my office have teamed up to launch this initiative within our community. With the support of the Point Richmond Business Association, CoBiz, and Richmond Main Street, we aim for a successful outcome. Your assistance in spreading the word would be greatly appreciated. I want to give a special shout out to James Lee, Sophia Lopez, Scott Harris, and the rest of the Best of Richmond team for their efforts to make this happen. So let's make Richmond come alive with your votes and your patronage to Richmond businesses. The other item is art in the mayor's office. I have a changing exhibit, and so my office is gearing up to host 2 satellite art exhibits. NIAD has just picked up the current exhibit, and we are currently in the selection process for new works. The West Contra Costa County Unified School District Student Art Show is just around the corner. This year, I'm honored to be the judge for the exhibition at RAC, the Richmond Art Center. Thank you. And when the works come down there, 7 or more of them will come to my office for display. So go to my social media for more information, and hope to see you upstairs in my office to look at the artwork as soon as we get them up. Thank you. And Vice Mayor Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to give a special thank you to the son of the business on San Pablo Avenue who organized on Sunday, March 24, the Neighborhood Markets Fair. So I want to thank NASA's Boutique, El Tucan, Waffles and Cream, Mex Lee, and Factory Bar for organizing the event in the parking lot in El Tulcan. It was well attended, so it's great to see new businesses happening on San Pablo. There is also a new cafe. I will put it on my newsletter next time. So for you to start going there and visit and supporting the new business that are happening on San Pablo Avenue. Thank you.
And as you've heard, we are the city of pride and purpose, but we will soon be recognized as a city of collaboration, with all of the businesses collaborating together and the city of Richmond also being part of that collaboration. Next item.
Our next item is item N1 under commendations, presentations, and proclamations. Item N1 is a proclamation honoring the Baha'i steadfast commitment to defend freedom of thoughts, human rights, and religion.
Thank you for coming, our Baha'i friends. This is to acknowledge you. You're welcome to come and stand next to me as I read this. Yes, all of you. Thank you. So this is a City of Richmond proclamation honoring the Baha'is' steadfast commitment to defend freedom of thought and religion. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Whereas the City of Richmond prides itself on its rich diversity, which is enhanced by the presence of members of the Baha'i faith whose contributions are invaluable to the cultural and spiritual fabric of our community, and whereas since its inception in Iran 180 years ago, the Baha'i faith has endured ongoing persecution for its beliefs and teachings in its country of origin, and whereas the Baha'i faith promotes principles that are foundational to a just and harmonious society, including the unity of humanity, the elimination of prejudice, the concord between religion and science, the equality of genders, the centrality of education, and the pursuit of world peace, and whereas the Baha'i community upholds the universal right to freedom of thought, conscience, and religion as enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and whereas members of the Baha'i community in Iran are systematically denied access to higher education and government employment, and often face long detentions without charges, as well as unjust and vague accusations resulting in imprisonment solely due to their religious beliefs within the context of a government-endorsed campaign that encourages social boycotts, economic repression, and defamation of the Baha'i faith, and whereas the execution of 10 Baha'i women in Shiraz in 2008, who ranged in age from 17 to 57, exemplifies the extreme sacrifices made by Baha'is in Iran in the defense of the fundamental human right to freedom of thought, and whereas further details on the tragic execution of 10 Baha'i women in Shiraz are provided in a comprehensive article written by Council Member Sohaila Bana, which is included in the agenda's supporting material to offer additional context to this resolution, and whereas the ongoing persecution and violence against Baha'is are a result of ignorance and extremism, yet the majority of Iranians do not endorse their government's actions against the Baha'i community and stand in opposition to such injustices. And whereas recognizing and celebrating the Baha'i community's peaceful resilience and dedication to societal advancement is essential, and whereas Nowruz, which signifies the spring equinox and this year of 2024 occurs on March 20, is celebrated as the commencement of the Iranian and Baha'i New Year. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Richmond hereby honors the Baha'i community for their steadfast commitment to human rights. Be it further resolved that the City of Richmond affirms its dedication safeguarding the rights of all minorities to practice their religion without fear and to live free from any form of stigmatization. Finally, be it resolved that the City of Richmond is an advocate for the honor, security, and well-being of all residents, irrespective of their faith or belief system. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming. Would you like to say something before we pass it to our guests?
Thank you, everybody. I think I would like, it's an honor for me to co-sponsor this proclamation and to see you here because you represent the diversity of Richmond. As an immigrant woman, I understand the challenges and how we want to how we really fight to belong in this society and in this city. So for me, it's no-brainer to say welcome and thank you and celebrate you as part of this community because you show how rich and diverse we are, and this is what we want to show here, that everybody is included, that everybody belongs, and that everybody is recognized and treated with respect. So thank you so much for all the work. Thank you for being here, and I am just so happy to be part of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, religion is a faith, and faith is what makes us move forward. And it is my belief that every human body is a temple of God, and anyone who desecrates this temple is doing work against God. So we should all remember that each and every one of us is a temple walking in the grace of God, and we need to respect that by giving each and every one the human rights that we deserve.
Thank you. I prepared something to read. I'm not sure if it's 5 minutes. Warn you. Thank you, Mayor, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and the esteemed council members, and Sohila, of course. My name is Mansour Taid. I'm a member of the Baha'i community in Berkeley. Good evening, everyone. The Baha'i faith, which emerged from the Babi faith, has faced relentless persecution in Iran since its inception. The Islamic Republic of Iran, since its establishment in 1979, has systematically targeted Baha'is through arrest, execution, harassment, denial of education and employment, and the destruction of Baha'i cemeteries and holy sites. This persecution is rooted in a deep-seated intolerance and fear of the Baha'i faith's teachings, particularly its calls for unity, equality among men and women, and religious harmony. I'm not going to read everything. Sorry. Okay, going to the end. Well, this person, Tahireh, was a woman in 1848. She rose up from a Muslim family, and she became a Babi, which was the religion of the time. And then she was executed for her beliefs. She was a poet. She was somebody who knew the religious materials in great length. And the men in that era, the clergy of that era, did not like that, did not appreciate that. So in 1848, Tahireh, and she has an Arabic name also, she, in a conference of Badasht, a part of Iran, a city in Iran,
She came without veil on that time, almost 180 years ago, among 80 men that were sitting in that room. And this was so outrageous for them that even one of them went out and killed himself because he could not stand seeing a woman without a veil. So this movement, the woman life freedom movement in Iran, is part of the same movement that Tahirih started. And it's now has other members, other women who are doing the work of Tahirih or similar people like Tahirih, Miss Bana, all these women who are here and who are in this crowd right here. So we want to celebrate her. And also, I would just read the last paragraph of this. The Women Life Freedom Movement emphasizes basic human rights and gender equality. It highlights the enduring nature of this fight, showcasing how each generation of Iranian women has carried the torch passed down by their foremothers, striving to realize a dream that began with Tahirih. And one more, and we're done. So you don't have to wait. Okay. The enduring hardship faced by Tahirih in the 19th century and the persistent oppression experienced by the Baha'is in Iran today are striking illustration of the sacrifices made in the pursuit of religious freedom and gender equality. These narratives intertwine to underscore a shared struggle against persecution, emphasizing the critical need for global recognition, unity, and advocacy in championing the rights of those who face discrimination for their faith and their gender. May we, like Tahirih, like Mahsa, Nika, Hadith, Sarina, all those women who got killed recently in Iran, tireless in our pursuit of justice and unwavering in our belief in the equality of all people. Zan, Zindagi, Azadi, woman, life, freedom. Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you very much, everyone, for coming. We really appreciate it, and we honor the diversity, as it was said.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I just want to add that Mansour lives in Berkeley, but he has been an active member of the art community in Richmond for many years, established Central Stage in Richmond as an immigrant and liaison to the Arts and Culture Commission. I'll do my best to connect the immigrant community to the Art and Cultures Commission here in Richmond. Thank you.
We have one in-person speaker. Anyone wishing to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time if you are joining us online. I'll call the in-person speaker. Please keep your comments respectful. You'll have 2 minutes to address the council. Speaker is Mark Wasberg. Press the button. Press the button. No.
Is it on now? All right. Now, you people talk about God, but they didn't say what type of God you believe in. Well, we know what type of God that comes out of Iran. There's only one true God. That's the Hebrew God, Jesus Christ. On the American dollar bill, it says, "In God we trust." We don't trust in any other God except Jesus Christ. Our country was founded under Christianity. And this is the Word of God. It tells who the real God is. He raised the dead, made the blind see, made the crippled walk. He says how we should live our lives. And these people come up here, I don't even know what kind of God they believe in. All they talk about equality. We're going to do this and we're going to do that. I don't even believe, I mean, what kind of God do you believe in anyway? You got to tell the people. I mean, I'm just sitting there, I got on the internet and it says there is no clergy. There is no people to go out and preach like Christianity or any other religion. It's just a bunch of people getting together and talk about equality. And you call that a religion? That is no religion. Just like I say, this Bible here is the New Testament. It tells how the people live their lives. It tells how what's going to happen when you die. It tells you that you have to be saved to go to heaven. And it condemns homosexuals and lesbians and transgenders. And even that idiot Joe Biden, when even the priest told him he couldn't take communion because he was supporting abortion, homosexuals and lesbians and trans. You talk about equality, how you going to sit there and sing Kumbaya when you have a religion that's chopping off babies' heads that killed 137 people in Russia?
Our next item is item N2. Shh. Item N2 is a commendation recognizing and celebrating the achievements of the Richmond Steelers U9 football team 2023.
Please come up.
Anyone online that wishes to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
All right, good. Yeah. Wow. So I see some trophies that need to be displayed. Yeah, this is what Richmond is about. Thank you. So if the big people can stand behind the real players, we can get started. All right. On behalf of the City of Richmond, California, we extend our deepest congratulations to the Richmond Steelers U9 football team for their exemplary achievements, culminating in their triumph as national champions on December 15th, 2023, with a notable victory score of 13-8. In addition to being crowned league and regional champions. This series of victories has not only showcased the team's dedication, teamwork, and competitive spirit, but has also brought great pride and recognition to our community, to Richmond. We extend our gratitude to the coaches and the parents whose guidance and support have been instrumental in nurturing the talents and sportsmanship of these young athletes. The mayor, the city council, and the citizens of Richmond stand united in celebrating the accomplishments of these young stars, who exemplify the very best of our community's values of perseverance and excellence. So with that, Councilmember Doria Robinson will sign. I have a pen if you need one. We are signing the proclamation that congratulates all these people for the work that they've done. All right, can you hold that? And now, I will All right, there you go. Who shall I present this to? Now, do we have coaches who are players who want to speak? If not, then we'll come together and have a photo.
Can I say?
Yes.
So it's on, okay. So I just wanted to say a couple words. Some people know, some people don't know that I was born and raised in Richmond, and my brother was a Steeler. So, and I told him about this, and he said that, I was like, what would you want to say about that experience? And he was like, growing up with just mom, my mom was a single mom, that the Steelers was the place where he got to see what it could be to be a man, to be around men, to be around boys, to be around a culture, a group of people. And he just said it helped him grow. And I just wanted to just bring this, uplift that it was really important to him. And I wonder how important it is to everyone here. I also wanted to say that, while I'm in council, my door is open. So if you need things, please let me know. I'm also on the Parks and Rec Commission, and I feel like we need to hear from you all. We need to hear what you're doing in that environment as well, because we talk diversity, but if we don't support and act and do everything we can to be diverse in all of our actions and our allocation of resources, then it's only talk.
Right, and we extend our support to soccer, to baseball, to basketball, to all the sports that make us better people.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Coach Namey with the 9U Richmond Steelers, a.k.a. Steel Scholars. All right, we call ourselves the Steel Scholars because we strongly believe in our academics for our kids. Throughout the season, we had about 15 kids that had academic awards for school. We had vice president, straight A students. Kia, what you was? What they say you did, Kia? Huh? You don't remember? All right. Well, we just want to say that it's an honor to be here. It was a long road. The Richmond Steelers has been around 50-plus years. We want to be around another 50 years. It's a big thing for us to come out and volunteer our time as my coaches, team mom, the support from the parents, and the support from Richmond. That's definitely really needed for this program. We had a lot of trials and tribulations with fields, practice times. These boys, young lady, they did it. We had to practice without lights at Nickel Park. We had a couple of traumatic situations where one of the parents ended up getting shot during practice from a random person off the streets. They had to go through that. We had to teach them safety at that time. Another incident where we had practice, police had pulled guns on a homeless man. They had to experience that. So we just ask that, Richmond stand behind us as a city of pride and purpose. You stand behind these young men, this young lady, and the rest of our Richmond Steelers organization, and give us the support we need so we can move forward, we can thrive. We don't want to die away because right now the Richmond Steelers is struggling to find practice fields, where to play at. And we can just get y'all to support us. We'll love that. Everything y'all do in Richmond, we just don't want to be forgot about. All right, we hear about y'all got money for soccer. We just need y'all to have money for football. Yeah. All right? It's like, because all we want to do is just keep playing football. They love playing. We love coaching them. This is my new family. And they did a lot. They achieved a lot, and I'm proud of them. Reaching everything they did this year. I'm proud of my coaches, my team mom, all my parents, and the organization for supporting us. Going all the way down to LA, we appreciate it. We just need Richmond to stand behind us.
Thank you. So can we squeeze together for a photo and make sure that everyone is represented here? Yeah, absolutely. Oh, oh wow.
Glad you changed your mind.
Okay, can we scoot in more?
Who are the kids? Coaches.
Steelers. Steelers. Yeah, let's just make it happen. You know, my office is supporting a baseball team. You know, we could, you know, see if we can, you know, put some funds towards the teams. So.
How many people are like that?
They did a good job team out there. They did a good job bringing all the team out there. They must have been, you know, coordinating with the parents.
Mm-hmm.
Well, as they go out, we'll get a better sense of how many are here for that. And some are SOS. I don't know how many.
Right.
Maybe it's just a few. Does it look like the Baha'i people are sticking around?
Yeah. That's good. Thanks to everyone for showing up.
Wow.
Thank you. Yes. All right. It is now time for the next item.
Our next item is open forum. If there's anyone online that wishes to address the council or an open forum, please raise your hand. At this time, open forum is an opportunity for the public to give comments on items that remain on the agenda or items that are not on the agenda. You will be limited to 2 minutes. We'd ask you to please keep your comments respectful, and when you approach the podium, please state your name. Your city of residence is optional. In person, we have 4 speakers. Those speakers are Mark Wasberg, Bill Powney, Irenia Della Moore, and Jamin Purcell. Please come forward. Mark Wasberg. No, you just turned it off. Okay, press it, press it. Okay, leave it there.
All right. Well, we know what kind of religion that comes out of Iran. ISIS that was killing 1,100 Israelis for nothing in cold blood, massacring them. and they was yelling in the name of their God that killed 137 people in Russia, ISIS, the Taliban, the Houthis, Hamas. It came from out of Iran. I did some research on the internet about this religion you call. I said, I don't think it's like a political party.
That item was on the agenda. You need to speak about something else.
It was already spoken to. It's over. So I could speak on them forum.
No.
No?
No.
All right. I said, Joe Biden's one of the most piece of shit that ever walked the face of the earth. He poisoned our country, allowing 8 million illegal immigrants into the United States. Criminals, rapists, murderers, drug dealers, about every worthless scum you could think of has coming into our country. Look what happened to the border in Texas. They just overpowered the National Guard. This is a joke. Texas has every right to defend themselves under the Constitution. That pedophile son of a bitch, Joe Biden, don't even believe in no law. Don't even believe in the Constitution. And he's a sexual pervert, telling a little girl, oh, you look so cute. Don't tell your mother. I got it right on the internet, right on YouTube. It's on a hot mic. This is our country's falling apart because of that no good son of a bitch. And you people support this bunch of crap. That's right. You talk about the radical left, it is the Democratic Party. It is the federal government. You have the federal government supporting hate, murder, rape, just like the BLM riots, Antifa. They supported these people. They even denied that there was a problem. Now, one Democratic lawmaker in the United States is willing to stand up and protect the borders from this worthless scum that's killing the people that's coming into our country.
Mora, followed by Jamin Purcell.
You're out of order.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Hello, Richmond City Council. My name is Irania de la Mora, and I want to talk about the Richmond Parkway lanes. So I'm a bit concerned because I drive around Richmond every day, and I've talked about before that I do not appreciate the bike lanes on the main roads because they cause a lot of traffic, and we have a lot of traffic already in Richmond on the main roads, including the Richmond Parkway, especially when everybody gets out of work. So I would greatly appreciate if you all consider leaving the lanes as big as they are, and maybe just fixing the potholes and all the little cracks on the road that are not good for our tires. Yeah, so I just want you guys to consider that. A bike lane would be cool, but I never see anyone ever driving their bike on the Richmond Parkway, and I really would like to keep it that way. Also, on a lot of the bike lanes that you guys do already have, I drive around Richmond almost every day, and I barely ever see people riding bikes on the main streets. I just think they cause traffic, and I'm considering recording the streets so I can show you guys, maybe doing some YouTube recording and posting it on YouTube, because I greatly dislike the bike lanes on the main roads. Like I said, I think they just cause traffic, and for the average person that works every day, more traffic is not a good thing. I appreciate that. Just consider it. Thank you. That's all. Appreciate it.
Jamin Purcell.
So a weird aside of when I started school, I was comparative religion major, and what the Bible does say about people is that when a stranger travels with you in your land, you shall do him no wrong, and you should treat him as a native amongst you. And that's why I'm proud of Richmond. I'm happy that we are standing up for our diverse community and trying to bring them in and make sure that they're acknowledged and that their stories are told and they're lifted up. Because we have a lot of stories in this city that oftentimes get overlooked and forgotten. I think I'll just leave it at that.
We have one speaker online.
The speaker is John Knox. John, you will have 2 minutes to speak. You may begin.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, you may proceed.
Okay. This has to do with SOS Richmond and the ongoing use of their services. I was a resident of Ryden Road for 2.5 years, from about January of 2020 until the ending of Ryden Road. And I had a chance to experience in person the skills, ability.
We silenced you because this is an item that is on the agenda, and you will have a chance to speak to it when the item is up. This is for items that are not on the agenda. Okay, so are there any other speakers?
No, that was
Okay.
our only speaker on Zoom.
All right, then we'll move on to the next item.
Our next item is the approval of the consent calendar, and no items have been removed.
I'll move the consent calendar.
I second it.
All right, moved by Councilmember Willis, seconded by Vice Mayor Jimenez. Roll call.
Councilmember Bana,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Now we'll move to item Q4. Item Q4 is to receive a presentation from the Urban Forestry Advisory Committee. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please raise your hand if you're joining us online.
You can sit
At
over.
that,
Yeah.
yes, there.
Sorry.
Yes. Yes, And before we begin, I want to commend Councilmember Robinson for bringing this item because she is opening the door to the silos that commissions often become. So yes, please.
So I am really excited and happy to be a liaison to a few committees and commissions. And one of the committees and commissions that has been working really hard and thinking deeply about the issues the city faces is the Urban Forestry Advisory Committee. And they have been working on a lot of different ideas. And I suggested that they, do what advisory committees should do, is bring their advice and share it with the city council. So that's what they're doing here tonight. And I think they have really great things to share, and I'm excited to hear from them. Thank you so much, Becky, for coming.
Thank you, Councilmember Robinson, and to everyone else in the council. So for the last 3 years, I've had the great honor of serving my city by being an advocate for the trees in our community and the green spaces in our community. I've been really inspired to work with a lot of community members and with our partner organizations like Groundwork Richmond to address the pressing issues of tree equity in our city by planting hundreds of trees, particularly in areas that were really lacking access to green space historically. Most of these trees have been funded by grants and contributions, particularly to Groundwork Richmond. There's actually a ton of goodwill and funding available for adding new trees to urban areas, specifically, especially like ours. What's unfortunate is that almost all, possibly all, but almost all of this funding does not include the ongoing maintenance, support, and care for these trees. And because of that, our city actually, unfortunately, misses out on a lot of opportunity to build our urban forest because our Parks and Landscaping Department is so grossly underfunded and understaffed that we're unable to properly care for the trees we already have, let alone add more to our inventory and support and just allow those trees to even get to a point of being established. So that's what I'm here to talk to you about, is allocating funding and finding room in your budget for the support and maintenance of our urban forest, our existing urban forest, so that we can do our job, which is building on that and addressing tree equity and making this a green city. So we can start my presentation now. So the main things that I want to talk to you about are public safety. That is a primary concern that's actually posed to us by some of the trees in our city. And a way to address that is through tree maintenance. And tree maintenance will also address the problems we have of tree loss, which will lead to canopy growth and support our ability to do more tree planting. The picture you see on this slide affected me personally, actually. It's last year during the storms, a huge eucalyptus tree fell across a hilltop and knocked out power to my neighborhood and a lot of other people for a couple of days. And that's a minor inconvenience, but what I'm mostly, it's very thankful that nobody was walking there and nobody was driving there at the time, because that could have been just catastrophic if a tree of that size fell over on a car or a pedestrian or a group of pedestrians. So we can go ahead and move on to the next slide. Another thing I'd like to point out is it was a huge expense to the city to respond to that tree. Just think about thousands of dollars and add thousands of dollars to the amount that it cost to reactively deal with a fallen tree of that size, and it took several days to address. So this slide shows known hotspots where in our city we're looking at just sort of ticking time bombs of tree maintenance that needs to happen. Along Lincoln Avenue in District 1, in Richmond Village, we have a lot of trees that are 40, 50 years old that were planted without bearing in mind that trees have a lifespan. Trees don't last for, you hear about some trees that have been around for hundreds of years. That's not how most trees are. They have a lifespan and they need sort of a succession plan. They need to be replaced. They're gonna reach the end of their life and they're gonna fail, which means fall and drop limbs and just cause more safety issues or just die. So in Richmond Village, a lot of the trees need to be cycled out, and we can't just eliminate the urban forest in a really established area like that either. We need to have a comprehensive plan for how to replace those trees. Andrade Avenue has a lot of issues with the trees there, along with Franway and Morningside Drive, and not on the list is also Hilltop and Richmond Parkway. There are a lot of dangerous eucalyptus trees there. There's lots of Chinese elms that pose public safety hazards as well. In these areas. So we can move on to the next slide now. So what we're asking for specifically, the Urban Forest Advisory Committee makes these recommendations for safety and vitality of our natural resources in compliance with the Urban Greening Master Plan, and is directed to aggressively expand the City of Richmond's tree canopy. We make the following recommendations. First, we need a hazard tree mitigation budget and plan. Secondly, we need to increase staffing in Parks and Landscaping Department to add 1 additional tree management crew. That means 3 additional crew members. And third, we would appreciate a monthly standing report made to the Urban Forest Advisory Committee of tree losses, additions, and maintenance. This can be a summary from Parks and Landscaping. We already are supposed to have a member of Parks and Landscaping come to our meetings. This doesn't always happen, sometimes because of scheduling. Now that we're meeting in person, it's more difficult. But if we just had part of our meeting devoted to just getting an update from Parks and Landscaping, these are how many trees have been added to our city, these are how many trees were lost, this is the scheduled maintenance that happened. That would be really helpful for us to do our job. On the next slide, I'd like to talk about our first ask, which is the hazard tree mitigation budget and plan. We need to determine and allocate an annual budget for tree risks and mitigation. Tree hazard risks include damage to private and public properties, blocked roadways, utility service interruption, raised insurance rates for everyone, and the potential for catastrophic personal injury or loss of life. I can't stress this enough. It's a real threat. And in order to do that, we need to identify and prioritize projects by urgency of public safety risks. Hazard trees must be pruned or removed to balance the needs of safety and the urban canopy. Proactive measures are typically safer and much more cost-effective than a reactive approach. And preventative maintenance is often less expensive than removal and doesn't reduce our tree count, which we desperately need to be increasing, not reducing. We can identify the budget needed for upcoming and future years. Parks and Landscaping does have a lot of input they could put in for specific numbers that they need for the expected number of trees to be removed or maintained due to hazard. And we need to allocate budgets and departments to conduct the outreach on the hazard tree mitigation too. But mostly we just really need to have a fund available so that we can proactively address these safety issues. On our next slide, in order to properly use these funds and identify the funds needed and carry out any plans that we have staffing needs. The Parks and Landscaping is currently just very understaffed. They're overwhelmed with requests for services and unable to meet all the current demands. They're not even able to really know what the current demands are because they're so understaffed. Demand for tree services are generated by resident complaints and requests, hazard trees, diseased trees, and the need for preventative maintenance. The specific ask that we have been given from Parks and Landscaping to present to you is we need, my understanding is it's already been approved for this one position, a tree supervisor. This would be a working supervisor, a certified arborist who will split time between administrative tasks and field work. And then we need 2 crew members, one with a commercial driver's license and certifications for operating a bucket lift, and 1 crew member for general labor. So that is our ask for budget allocations for staffing in Parks and Landscaping. On our next slide, UFAC would love to be able to provide a service to the city of Richmond, to our residents, and a resource for city council and the community at large, which would include a discussion of the trees planted and removed, tree canopy expansion, community outreach programs with additional information on native tree species proliferation, and our progress towards tree equity in our city, which is truly important goals that we need to be meeting. In order to do that, what we need are monthly reports from Parks and Landscaping and Groundwork Richmond detailing the trees planted and removed, as well as major tree maintenance efforts. And the other thing that I'd like to ask for, which would be really, really helpful, and is just read-only access to the city's forest metrics database. Because we're sort of feeling around in the dark right now. We don't truly even know where we stand as far as the number of trees that we have and what needs to be maintained. Our hands are tied behind our backs in a lot of ways because we just don't have enough information on even the state of our urban forest to be able to properly advocate for it. And if we're regularly receiving that information, we'll have the data necessary to produce a report, an annual report for you guys and for the city at large to be able to really understand where we stand on urban greening. So that's about all. Thank you.
Thank you. So one question before I call on Vice Mayor and Councilmember Willis and Bona, and the entire council. How complete is our forest metrics?
It would be great if I knew. I have never seen it, so I don't know. And I've been the chair for 2 years. I've been on the committee for 3, and I've never had access to it.
to the city manager. Do you know who we might ask to get that information?
My understanding is that Greg Hardesty has it in a paper notebook, and it needs to be geocoded to a GIS file by the Public Works Infrastructure person.
Okay, and does the council need to move funds in that direction for that to happen?
I don't think so. I think it's a GIS file, but I think there's going to be additional recommendations that may come out of this conversation tonight that will necessitate some additional costs.
Okay, thank you. All right, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, thank you so much for the information, and it's great to, like, sometimes we at City Council don't have that information at hand, so thank you for being here and do this, and thank you, Councilmember Robinson, for putting this item on the agenda, and it's great, it's just on time for budget session, so we hope we can have this in mind to make budget decisions about this as well. My question is, like, you mentioned that you want some monthly reports. Can we start doing that, City Manager? Why they haven't gotten the monthly
Daniel,
report?
is Greg here? Doesn't he staff this? Okay, but does he staff the Urban Forestry Commission?
He does. Lately, he has not been able to attend our meetings in person. We've had less contact with Parks and Landscaping since we moved from virtual to in person. He does send another representative, but there's not as much. We have great discussions with Gregory. I apologize, I don't remember Gregory's last name. He's brought us a lot of really valuable information, but it'd be nice if it was just structured. It'd be nice if there was like just sort of a structured like, oh, we did this, we did that, we did that. And then we can talk about bigger issues and other things. But right now we don't really have a structure to the discussion.
Okay. Daniel, do you want to engage? Daniel Chavarria is our Public Works Director, and they all report up to him.
Great.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. For the record, I'm Daniel Chavarria, Public Works Director. The concern that you have is also part of our concern. We need a lot of database, not only for trees, but for many other items or our assets. On March 5th, we presented $300,000 to update the urban greening master plan, that it would include part of it to a recollection of all this database. We have some information in our GIS. We don't know how accurate it is. The person who used to manage the GIS is no longer with the city. We have a new person that joined us, but the accuracy of the database is something that we need to establish. So we would love to have an effort to, not only for trees, but we would like to know not only the number of the trees, we would like to know where they are in our GIS exactly. We would like to know the species. We would like to know the condition. We would like to be able to, every time we provide maintenance to any of them, I mean, or trimming, pruning, anything, we can record it in the system. It would be helpful to have a consultant helping us gathering the database, and then we can continue with the maintenance of the database and definitely share all this information. All these monthly reports that you're requesting are very necessary. It's just that we're not at that level to provide a report until we don't gather the information. Yeah. So, yeah, I think it's something that on April 16th we can mention again, bring it up to the City Council.
Yeah, because it seems that like the supervisor who is part of that should be able to provide that information. And so I think like we need like this is part of the accountability of the work that we want to encourage, every staff. Yeah, so for me it's just that if we have people in our community trying to advocate for this work, we need to also follow through and at least giving them the monthly reports and access to the city's forest metric if we have, like when we have it, so they can continue supporting us and in a more effective way. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Right. Yes. Yes, and at the pleasure of the council, I would like to hear public comment first, and then we'll return to questions and comments.
We have one in-person speaker. I do not see any speakers online. Jamin Purcell.
Oh, do I need to turn mine off? Is that?
Now, you're ready.
All right. I love this item. I'm happy that it's being brought forward. We have been having an issue with the trees here in the city. We have a number of trees that were brought in by developers, by various, I'm sure, well-intended people at the time. And what we should be looking at is going through our approved tree list and making sure that we are gearing towards native trees. They're going to be drought resistant. There's going to be habitats for the birds, the plants, or I'm sorry, birds and insects that make these things thrive as well. When we bring in plants from Europe and Asia, we're colonizing this area and we're removing the habitats for the insects and the things that make the other parts of the environment thrive. So I love that we are going to be attending to our tree issue. I know in my area, we had trees taken out of our park and they were not replaced. And when we don't have trees, that creates hot zones. Climate change is here, and we're constantly feeling the heat, especially during those August months. And the way to bring it down naturally is through trees. So I really do hope that the City Council will look to try and get funds to allow us to do better accounting of our trees, but also make sure that we're going to be doing more planting of a tree. Because, you know, unless somebody cares, like somebody like you cares an awful lot, it's not going to get better. It's just not.
That was it.
That's it? No one online?
Nope.
All right, in that case, let's turn to Councilmember Willis.
Yeah, thank you for bringing this item forward and for presenting today. The main question that I had actually was, I guess, any recommendations on how we can update how we tackle overgrown trees, like creating like a criteria list, because one thing that stuck out for me is you saying like, there's just so many requests out there, it's like, where's the priority? So is there any way to like adopt a policy or procedures on like, here's like top tier priorities of what we need to take care of first, and here's where we need to start paying attention? Like, is there any recommendations or something that we could adopt just to kind of set blueprint and structure?
That's a great question. I think the person who's going to be most qualified to set up a procedure like that is going to be a certified arborist who would be on staff as the tree manager. I think really the people that you have right now are qualified and are doing a great job. There just aren't enough of them.
Yeah.
And I think that until we're able to actually have people out in, right now, it's so overwhelming for the current tree staff that we have. There's not a specific person to answer requests and field public concerns. That's the same person who's supposed to be out there addressing the public concerns. So it's just also reactive. There's no room for being proactive right now. So I think staffing is the biggest hurdle that we have.
Okay, thank you. Our Public Works Director, did you have a quick comment?
Yeah, it's just my nature of trying to sell things. The idea of requesting funds to update the urban greening master plan is to have a consultant because of the lack of an in-house arborist right now, and hiring, even if we would hire an arborist or get involved in the recruitment of an arborist right now, it would take a while for that, is to have a consultant helping us taking the master plan and creating an action plan based on the master plan on what should be done first. What is the sequence? Not necessarily, sometimes we tend to talk about what's more important, but the important part is what is the sequence to get to the goal of implementing this greener master plan. So there's some activities that may not look that important, but it will be the foundation to start to keep going. So part of the request that we have for the update of that urban greening master plan is to have a consultant helping us create an actionable plan that our staff can follow. Because right now we receive phone calls from different residents, we receive phone calls for the city council members, and that's the priority. That's a priority, right? So I think if we follow another methodology like what you're suggesting, it would allow us to make a better impact, a more positive impact in the community.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. And to that point, the last comment / question I had is for some of that funding that's available, might be a dumb question, but could some of that funding be used to potentially hire a consultant if we were able to qualify for it, or even hire some project positions to actually go and deal with the problem areas? Because where my comment comes into that is, like, I know things are spread thin all over the place, but also walking down the street, I can look up to the sky and say, oh, that tree and that PG&E wire are kind of hugging each other permanently. Maybe that should be dealt with, and we should institute some sort of separation there. Like, at what point in threshold do we say, hey, that's actually a problem, we need to deal with it? And I guess I lied. There's a small other question which would require a bit more analysis, but for the money that we've already spent just mitigating tree damage during like our big storms when they've been uprooted, how much money have we spent, this year so far and last year, and how many like staff positions, or could that money have gone to if we focus more on preventative measures rather than reactive measures? So I'll just end right there, just the funding that's available, how can we get that, and also use that to do project-based staff to try to eliminate some of these issue areas, because the problem is very huge. How do we look at those emergencies like PG&E wires crossing into each other, and just trying to at least basically hit a nice little reset button with some available funding that might be out there?
That's a good question. I think, I'm not sure if it's relationship building. I'm not sure if it's just being really asking more forcefully. I'm not sure. I know that PG&E did pay to have a tree that was in my neighbor's backyard that was probably going to burn the green space behind my house down. They did pay to have that removed because it was entangled in the wires. So I know that PG&E does do some tree maintenance. It took a long time to get them to do that, but they did. And that was after working with private homeowners, though, not working with the city. I know that we just recently spent, I'm afraid to give a number because the number in my head might be inaccurate.
At least you said it for the record.
We spend a lot of like just a person's annual salary on removing some trees in Nickel Park that were posing a risk to the BART tracks, and there were eucalyptus trees. And depending on your opinion, we may agree that they never should have been there because they're eucalyptus trees, but they were, and they're huge. And they were removed, and it was really necessary because if they fell on BART, that would be pretty catastrophic.
Yeah.
But the city of Richmond paid for it. BART didn't pay for it. So, and I'm not sure if there was any possible way that anybody could have put more pressure on BART to help shoulder the burden there. But I mean, just the expense, but from my recollection, just the expense from that one exercise of removing a dozen plus trees could have paid a very capable person's salary for a year.
All right, well, no, thank you for at least that rough analysis guesstimation, and yeah, interested in seeing where we can go with this issue.
And I know that most of the grants that I'm aware of are specifically for planting new trees, but maybe the larger grants, like there was a Clean California grant recently within the last few years that was offering grants up to $5 million that we didn't pursue. I went to like classes and seminars for how to pursue it, but I couldn't get anybody to bite on wanting to pursue it. But I mean, if we had $5 million, I'm sure we could probably allocate some of that towards staffing. And, you know, there's a lot of money available. I'm just not entirely, I'm not an expert on what it can be spent on.
Thank you. Councilmember Bonham?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I really appreciate it. Eucalyptus trees are huge without much roots in the ground. They are a danger. I have some good news for you. CAL FIRE recently spent a lot of money, huge budget with the help of East Bay Regional Parks District and Diablo Fire Safe Council. They have mapped all the vegetation in the Contra Costa County with very high resolution, and Alameda County. I shared the map with our city manager, public works, and fire department, and I'm waiting for their actions. They have specifically mapped eucalyptus trees, groves of half acre or larger, so the cities don't have to spend money on consultants or, you know, on mapping or whatever. It's done by LADAR. It has the thickness, it has the height, lots of it. Provide your email to me, please. I'll be happy to share the map with you. So that's one good news about the maps, and many cities are using it, and now I'm encouraged actually to arrange a presentation in April about that here at the City Council, so we'll learn about it. The other good news is that Measure X pays for fuel reduction up to 100 feet of buildings. So if you know of, you know, trees around, they don't remove them. They would, you know, limb them up or clear, but they will remove dead trees for free. The other good news, which hopefully will apply to us in the future, is that the city of Berkeley and El Cerrito are receiving millions of dollars for removing their eucalyptus trees. I mean, the cities around us have started it. Because of the ups and downs we've had in our fire department, things are not as stable. We haven't got there yet, but I'm hoping with the help of the city manager and public works director and the fire department and you, we can apply for grants. Coastal Conservancy has grants. CAL FIRE, they're putting lots of grants on fuel reduction. The city of Richmond deserves to take advantage of it, and those maps actually justify the need. One of the areas, for example, you did not mention is Hilltop Green. I don't know if you've seen it or not, but definitely it can benefit from that. And I would like to recommend to our Public Works Director, instead of hiring consultant, consider services of Contra Costa County Resource Conservancy District. What they do, they actually look at the landscape, what's needed in the nature, what to remove, not to disturb the ecology, and not to cause landslides. I mean, just cutting trees is not a good practice. It has to be done carefully, very methodically. We, as a community-based organization, West Contra Costa Fire Safe Council, are teaming up with them, but we need the budget. So my suggestion to the city is have community-based organizations, Forestry Commission, Coastal Conservancy, and Resource Conservation District to get together and come up with a plan for the city. We have the data, we have all the vegetation maps, you don't need to spend any money on that, just come up with a plan, what we need to do. And I'm glad to say that I already talked to the city with Richmond Works, and we are planning to come up with some efforts in terms of landscape training while they remove eucalyptus trees or reduce them. I only have one question for the city. Do we have an arborist yet? We don't have an arborist in the entire city of Richmond. Are you planning to hire one?
Can I chime in? I just want to chime in. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I heard the presenters say that the arborist is the position that is on the list already for hiring. Is that correct?
Yes, so there's going to be, to my knowledge, a position has been approved for a working supervisor who would be a certified arborist. And that's in addition to replacing Mark Maltagliati, who's retiring. So that wouldn't be the position that replaces his role. That would be an additional position. So we'd need to replace Mark Maltagliati's role, add a working supervisor who's a certified arborist, and then ideally add 2 additional staff members for labor.
Okay, so we are going to hire an arborist? Just one confirmation to make sure the city will finally have an arborist.
That's something that we're working with HR to come up with that answer. But to answer the supervisor, the park supervisor position that is vacant right now because one of our staff members retired, yes, we right now receive 81 applications. So we're just starting the process to review all that and select the candidates that we're going to interview.
Thank you, because it's very important to cut trees in a way that, they doesn't cause other issues. But I strongly urge you to team up with the city and other nonprofit organizations. Together, we can apply for grants like Berkeley and El Cerrito are doing. And yeah, we can get things done. Thank you very much. Thank you. And leave your email address for me, please.
I will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Great presentation. Councilmember Robinson, thank you for bringing this up. Trees, I love them. We need them. So thank you for having this presentation. I was very excited to see it. One thing, as we're talking about more resources, I signed up for the Google Tree Canopy Project. And it's a really cool project. It's been a couple years in the making already. And you can see the tree canopies for every single city. And it's both done, it's all Google data. And right now I'm looking at it, and it's I signed up to receive this data, and we have a 23% tree canopy in Richmond. So we have a lot of opportunity for new trees. And you could drill down into every block to see where the trees are. And it's not looking just at city streets, it's looking at trees in general to see how healthy our city is in regards to the tree canopies. So this might be a good resource. You can sign up for it. It's free. It's got a lot of other data. You can sign up for it. It's free, and it gives tools to cities. It's made particularly for public sector. So it's made for cities. So if you like, I can share the link to a public works director here. You can see if you find it useful to you. And I can share it with you guys as well. Since you're part of the city, you can look and see what the data is in there and then learn more about just everything that's going on with the trees in Richmond. But it's a really great tool. The eucalyptus, we were all talking about eucalyptus, and I keep bringing this up, and I just want to make sure every opportunity I get that I say it again. The eucalyptus are in our Richmond Municipal Code. They are listed as a weed. So as we look to plan to remove other weeds, they should go along with them. They're just much bigger weeds that fall and could kill people. They're not like little ones that just give you sinus infections. Also, I believe you guys took a look at the tree list, the approved tree list. And I don't know if you still have the blue gum eucalyptus listed on there.
I believe it might actually still be. I should know that off the top of my head, and I don't. But I think it is still there, and it isn't? Okay. Okay. Okay, well then I'm glad that we have more knowledgeable people in the audience than myself, and thank you Councilmember Robinson. Yeah, it shouldn't be there.
Perfect, because our parking lot at the ferry station, it has all blue gum eucalyptus,
Yeah.
brand new ones. So
How
it would be
did that
great
happen?
to
Yeah.
have them remove the blue gum eucalyptus if possible.
One concern that I do have about removing as much as I am not a fan of eucalyptus trees, they do sequester some carbon, and they do provide shade, and they are weeds or trees or whatever they are. We can't. I don't want to just like decimate the canopy that we have. So I want to make sure that there's a robust plan in action. Like I'm here to advocate for removing the eucalyptus trees, but I want it to be like a 1-2 operation where we have a really solid, robust plan for replacement in mind.
Yeah, I agree. I think we should be replacing 2 for 1 or 1 for 2, whatever that is.
Yeah.
And the ones at the ferry building or the ferry station, they're fairly new still, so I think replacing them with similar sized trees will not be too costly either. Other thing, and thank you, you acknowledged on there, I didn't see it on your report, but you did acknowledge it verbally that the parkway is also a big hotspot. The tree that that's on the very first page is at Hilltop, it's on Hilltop Drive, but we have really, really big eucalyptus trees there, and they've become a really big hazard. So thank you for acknowledging that. And something that might be cool, I don't know if you guys are already looking into it or not, but having a city tree, I don't think we have a Richmond tree.
That would be cool.
So maybe we figure out.
Yeah, we have a lot of very knowledgeable native plant enthusiasts on our committee. And I'm sure they would be thrilled to come up with some candidates for the city tree.
Perfect, that will be great to see. Other than that, I have no other questions. Just thank you again for bringing this up to us.
Thank you.
Can I add something very quick?
Go ahead, quickly.
I just wanted to say, following what my colleague said, that Berkeley Fire Safe Council is working with the Office of Assemblywoman Buffy Wicks to make blue gum eucalyptus exempt from CEQA. Because they need to be removed.
Okay. I think I'm the last speaker, Mr. Mayor,
Yes, please.
from the council.
You won't be the last because.
Some people want to speak
Yes,
again.
uh-huh.
Okay. So I just want to say, I'm really glad that we're going to be hiring an arborist. We used to have an arborist, and I don't recall how effective that arborist was. I have some vague recollections of some complaints, that doesn't always, mean they weren't effective, but I just didn't, have a really good feeling about the work he was doing. I don't think we got a lot of information about it. So when this hiring begins, it sounds like there's some candidates. I hope you will really vet the candidates that, I don't know whether it be the city manager and the department, the director, to make sure that they understand that, we need an arborist, one who understands the age of trees and whether they're dying or they could be entering that stage. My husband, we had some big trees in our backyard, and he always talked, he said, the city should have an arborist again. And so we were having to deal with our landlord, and our landlord was, not sure whether he should cut them down or not until some huge branches during a windstorm broke off and broke the fence in the back. And it was a little ways from the fence in the back, but it just, and it could have went the other way on the cars in the driveway, or the house for that matter. So the landlord did agree they cut the trees down, but no, we don't have the beautiful canopy in the backyard. So I love the approach, that you want to have both the understanding of when trees are needing to be replaced and the replacement ready. And, I do love the idea of being proactive than just reactive. So I just want to thank you for the presentation and thank Councilmember Robinson for agendizing it.
And Councilmember Robinson.
So I'm going to just say again that, thank you so much for your many years of service on this committee. If people don't already know, people who serve on committees and commissions, that's a volunteer position. People spend hours and hours and hours researching these things and coming up with ideas to try to help our city be a better, stronger city. And I'm really happy that you're here tonight to give the advice that we always hope, I think, and intend the commissions to be able to give the council. And that kind of said, I wanted to ask you about, I know that the committee has also a recommendation around an updated tree list, and do you know where that is in the process and what kinds of changes you were recommending?
I know that the committee deeply wants to prioritize native trees in that process. I am actually, it's the end of this month is the end of my 3-year term, and I'm having a baby this summer, so I will not be, yeah, thank you. I won't be signing up for another term, which is bittersweet, but I'm really thankful to have the opportunity, like, as I'm headed out, to address you guys about this. Our new chair is, her name's Janet Flint, and she is one of the most exceptionally capable women I've ever met. She's so much more organized than I could ever hope to be, and I know that that our committee is in excellent hands. So she's actually spearheading that, and I'm sure there's a lot of exciting things to come from, and very well documented and well presented information to come from UFAC in the coming months.
Thank you. And I just wanted to kind of also direct that to, or make sure that, oh my gosh, my words are leaving me. Daniel Chavarria, I wanted to get your title right. Heard that too, because they've got some great recommendations. I think maybe some of that could be that proactive, preventative thinking, and thinking about what we want to do in the future. Yeah, we need a plan, right?
Yeah.
The number that gets bantered around is that there's over 60,000 trees in Richmond, and that the city is responsible for. And I believe, and Daniel, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong about this, that we have a dedicated staff of 3 to work on those 60,000 trees. So when we say that it's an impossible job, that you can never really catch up or keep up, it really is, you can never catch up or keep up. And there's no way that we could hire the number of people to care for all those trees, just especially in a reactive manner. We actually must have a plan, because there's no way the city could ever afford a staff to take care of all those trees, and just one complaint after another. We can't wait for complaints. I really believe we can't wait for complaints. We need a proactive stance.
And I'd like to add that 60,000 number, while that sounds high, especially for a staff of 3 people, that's very high. Our goal is to have 1 tree per resident. Our tree canopy goals. For climate resilience, we need to have at least a 44% tree canopy coverage. And as Councilmember Zepeda pointed out, we're in some census tracts, we're lower than 4%. Like that 24% is an average. That includes May Valley, that includes Hilltop, that includes some more like green space privileged areas. That so really that's not an accurate portrayal of our city as a whole and our tree canopy. Iron Triangle has like less than 4% tree canopy coverage. So if we're going to come even close to meeting our goals for urban greening, we're less than halfway there. So we were thinking forward, like if our current staffing isn't enough to take care of the trees we have, how are we going to take care of the trees we need?
And we are constantly getting grants to plant more trees. There are people who are actively going out and
yeah.
planting more trees now, which is a good thing, and we need a plan for that. So I just wanted to, before I close, go back to Mr. Chavarria and say it's great news that we're going to be hiring to replace the staff member in that supervisory position, but will the candidates that you're considering need to have an arborist's skills certification to qualify?
That definitely will be a plus. What we need right now is what we're hiring right now is the park supervisor for all the parks in the city. Just imagine all the new soccer fields that we're going to add. That person is going to be responsible for all of them. The medians that we receive a lot of requests about, that person is going to be responsible for those medians. And at the same time, that person is going to supervise the tree crew. So it's a.
I'm sorry, so the person is going to be responsible for the tree crew as well as park medians in all parks?
Yes, that's the structure we have right now. So now, we have three on-call tree services, the three services contractors, and each of them have in their staff arborists. So anytime we need an arborist at this moment, we go to the contractors for a certified arborist to provide their professional opinion on specific trees. Now, when we talk about all the challenges that we have in the city, definitely, as Councilmember Willis mentioned, we need an action plan. And let me give you a scenario. We need to collect the data, that it's in different, right now, formats, different sources, but somebody has to spend hours and hours taking all those sources and changing the format of those sources into a one format that can go into our GIS, and whatever information we don't have, it has to be collected in the field with a GPS in front of the tree, taking the location of the tree and inputting all the information of that tree. Some databases don't have all the information. They might say where trees are, but it doesn't say what type of trees, what's the condition, when was the last time it was trimmed, pruned. So all that information has to be under the same format. That takes a lot of man hours. And that's why we said it's better to have a consultant helping us with that collection, putting everything in the same format, and then we have the option to now come to City Council and say, we not only know that we have 60,000 trees, 60,502 trees, we know also that 50% of these trees are of this species, and 30% are eucalyptus. So if we were to remove all the eucalyptus today, it would cost, I'm just making this up, $3 million. So in the budget of the following year, or mid-year, City Council, how do you want to do? You want to spend the $3 million all at once, or you want to do it in a process of 5 years or 10 years? So we need all this information to come up with a plan. And let me keep going with the example. If we only have 3 people in the tree crew, and we can dedicate that a specific staff to attend a specific type of request, and have maybe, I'm just saying, this is just a maybe, a contractor doing the specific action plan, because they have other means and methods that they can use. Now, if the city decides we need to hire more people, that's a option. Well, we can say, now we know that with the challenge we have in front of us, we don't need 3 people, we need 30 people. So I'm just making this up. I'm just trying to give you, I cannot tell you at this moment what is the right number, because I don't have the data. And the data is so important as was presented by our guest today, because we need that helps us make decisions.
Just one last question on this, because I just want to narrow down on it. I have been cautious about supporting updating the urban greening plan, because I feel like we spend a lot of money on plans and then we don't do anything, and then it just gets old, and then we spend a lot of money on plans in another 10 years. And it feels like a colossal waste of money. Not because plans aren't good, but because we don't act on plans.
Those are planners. Engineers will like action.
Okay. Yeah. So I wonder, I hear you say one thing that I really want to support, and then I'm worried about how we can make sure that we end up with an action plan. Like, do we really need to update the urban greening plan at this moment? Eventually, yes. Or do we need an action plan to do the things we still haven't done in the existing plan?
What I can tell you is, let's assume that we have the okay from the City Council and we go ahead and hire a consultant. I would say 10% of the time they're going to spend is in updating the plan. Because that plan is over 10 years old. So all I want is to know is from that consultant, okay, from then to now, is anything had changed? Is there any new species that we now promote in California, or specifically in this climate, that we prefer to use or to replant instead of what it was in the previous plan? No, everything is great. Okay, let's focus on how can we take this plan into an action. What will be the next steps? What will be the sequence? Not the priority, the sequence, because everything is important. It's the sequence. What's the sequence to implement this plan? What will be step one? Okay, this is what we need. Okay, the database. Okay. How long would it take us? How much it would be? And at that time, I'm going to call Councilmember Cepeda, Councilmember Urbana. Please give me the databases that you have.
It is in GIS, by the way.
Correct. And we'll now we want to collect that information and put in everything in our GIS. And I guarantee you, there's no way to avoid that we're gonna have to do, or the consultant will have to do some field work, as I said, in front of the tree with a GPS, just marking every single one. How much of that it will be, I don't know.
So just to be clear, I really want to state it clearly that I would be happy to support an action plan that made it so that we can shift from being reactive to proactive. I would really support that. I'm very leery of just creating a new plan.
Believe me, Councilmember, as much as I love spreadsheets and all the engineers we have now, we love spreadsheets, we love more finalizing projects.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, quickly, one question.
I believe it's time to move on. We've spent, it's 8:51. We have three more items.
1 minute, I promise.
And I have questions also.
Okay.
And so I don't want to spend time asking more questions. Let's do it in an email, and we'll move on from there. Okay. So I'm withholding my questions and comments because we do need to move on. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
And with whom should I leave my email address so that we can, okay, great.
Next item, please.
Our next item is item Q1, and that's to provide an update regarding the Craneway Pavilion and the proposed use. And if there's anyone online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
So I'm sorry.
City Attorney.
Yes.
Yes. Council members of the public, tonight, the council at your last meeting indicated that all the public discussion concerning the Craneway project had created a lot of confusion, and it was the council's desire that we have a public presentation on the Craneway, what's going on, what the status is, and that the public then have a chance to comment on that. So I have, we have a PowerPoint that needs to be put up. There you go. And go to the next slide. Okay, so this is basically a visual on what's known as the Craneway building. Was formerly the Ford plant. Most of what you see there is the former Ford assembly plant. And the ferry, I don't have a cursor, but the ferry is just on the left-hand side, which is where the ferry comes and goes. So the Ford plant, during the Second World War, it joined the war effort with much of Richmond. I think it produced something like 49,000 vehicles. And it was after the war, it was operated as the Ford assembly plant up until 1956. Thereafter, there was a different user up until 1976. But at that point in time, there was no user in the building. It was damaged by the 1989 earthquake. And basically, as we came around to the end of the century, it was derelict, it was red tagged, and in very bad shape. As a redevelopment project, go to the next slide, please. So as a redevelopment project, between grants, redevelopment funding, there was something in the order of $20 million spent to revitalize the Ford plant and the Craneway. And as a part of that process, the redevelopment agency solicited various developers for that project. Ultimately, it entered into a contract with Orton Development. The Ford building was, Orton undertook a rehabilitation of these buildings. The Ford building was actually ended up being condominiumized and sold for different industrial users. And the Craneway Pavilion, there was a ground lease between a lease between the redevelopment agency. There was a public trust easement that was created through a settlement between the city, the redevelopment agency, and the state of California. That trust created a state interest over the property. The redevelopment agency then did a disposition and development agreement between the RDA and Orton Development. And the RDA agreed to lease the Craneway property subject to the various conditions in the public trust. The ground lease was dated 2004, entered into with Ford Point, and it was assigned only a couple years ago to Orton Entertainment. And under that lease, the rent is $1 per year for 55 years. The justification for the write-down that occurred in these various deals was the high cost of rehabilitating the property. And there was, back in 2004, what was known as a reuse study. The reuse study determined that the values were appropriate for that transaction that was made 20 years ago now. Next slide. Besides the lease and DDA, the city processed some conditional use permit approvals as land use approvals. The first one was in October 2004. That CUP, consistent with the ground lease and the state land use approvals, provided for a mixture of office, research development, light industrial, retail, event, and public gathering uses. So those were the general uses permitted through the CUP. 4 years later, although the eating establishment and entertainment venue, along with alcohol sales, were approved under the CUP. And in 2013, 5 years later, the idea was to exploit the outdoor area around the building, and so outdoor dining and alcoholic sales were permitted. And there was a BCDC permit that was granted in 2018. Next slide. So the issue of what uses are permitted has been an important issue of public discussion, and I covered what the CUP uses were provided for, but really the most significant controlling language comes from the public trust, which was entered into with the State Land Commission. And the specific language on that is that the trust restricts the use to public access, the use and enjoyment of water-related activities, and uses incidental to such activities, including overnight accommodation, restaurants and cafes, water-related industry, museums regarding waterfront history, and visitor-serving retail, boating, and ferry service. So the state, I think the basic principles are that they were trying to encourage public use of this public land, and also to encourage uses that connected with the water and would encourage other water-oriented uses. The ground lease, which was entered into after the trust language was established, copies the language from the trust talking about hotels, restaurants, cafes, water-related industry, and visitor-serving retail. So it pretty much mirrors the public trust land. However, the ground lease also has a couple other clauses, one that says it can be used for any lawful purpose consistent with the DDA and with the public trust. And it also says that that any use should comply with the local authority, which means the city. So the city regulations cannot override the trust requirements, but to the extent the trust uses are utilized, they have to also comply with applicable city requirements. And as I said, just to relate back to the CUP, so the CUP specified office, live, work, research and development, light industrial, retail and event, and public gathering, and subsequent amendments added the eating establishment and entertainment, alcohol sales, and then permitted the same out of doors. So that covers the uses based upon the actual language. Next slide is some history. So it was used after Orton obtained the ground lease of the Craneway. There was event and entertainment venue for years. This, like everything else in the country, when COVID hit, usage was reduced. Events were cut back. In recent years, since the COVID cutback, the city does not have any, other than saying events, the city has no specific regulations on the event usage and how significant it would be, how frequently it would be. So all we have is some past history, and our recent history is about 10 to 13 events per year. At this point in time, I've talked to Mr. Orton concerning the potential usage at that level, but other sources have indicated that maybe the event use will not continue or continue more than once a year. So Orton came in to get an administrative permit to modify the usage. He understood he had to comply with the basic requirements that I've outlined, but the idea that he wanted to pursue was an indoor restaurant pickleball facility where there are pickleball and other sports courts. The courts could be covered up when the facility was used for events, and the building would be used with a sports theme event space. But significantly, that was to be a private club with private usage. So that was referred to the State Lands Commission for their opinion in July 2003, so almost a year ago. The State Lands Trust ruled that this use would not be consistent with the trust because, number one, it was private and member only, so it was not open to the public, and also it was not really serving a statewide interest. The pickleball use was deemed by them to be too localized of a draw at that point.
Excuse me, just a point of order. Just for the public's sake, I think it's a typo. You meant 2023, July 2023, not 2003.
Oh, I thought that was 23.
Yeah, okay.
Next slide. On the consistency finding, to go into a little more detail on how the state looks at that finding. I've looked at some other ones that have been approved by the state to get an idea on what they're looking for. The city is the trustee through the legislation. The state lands, their position is, appropriately, that the city should first go through its process, and the commission will certainly consider the city's requirements. So every public land use, it does not necessarily get committed to them or submitted to them for a consistency finding. But if there's a question, they will work with developers and with the regulatory agencies to try and determine whether it's consistent. So in this instance, going back and looking at the prior letter from back in July, the State Lands Commission stated that the primary difference between whether a trust is consistent with visitor serving retail and general retail, the general retail that occurs out there, is whether the use seeks to enhance other public trust uses consistent, and there are consistent uses such as the enjoyment of and access to the waterfront, or whether the use caters primarily to local users. So they're looking as to how the particular use really serves the waterfront and encourages the visitation to the water use. And as examples, a small souvenir from retail use, like a souvenir shop or a shop that rents paddle boards or kayaks, those are certainly serving the waterfront and users of the waterfront. If you had a Walmart that sold sporting goods and fishing gear, that's not the primary use of a Walmart. So if those help one understand the differences, those are examples that have been used. Now, with the state lands letter, Orton decided to withdraw his application and revise the project. So the next slide is the revised project, the one that is there now. It's a restaurant, bar, sports themed activities, mixed use area, grab and go food and drinks, souvenirs, equipment sales, and retail. So those commercial aspects they will have within the facility. But the main idea is, if you've been in a Dave & Buster's, that's kind of their idea, that there is a restaurant, there's food serving, there's tables around the game areas. People can take their food to those areas and play games. So the games include not only the pickleball, but there's also other paddle sports, ping pong, billiards, cornball, chess. They're actually going to have a chess that you go out and move the pieces on the ground. So they basically, with the recent, we talked to them several times. We visited the facility. They were upgrading the plans as they were going. But the last set of plans that we got said that the courts there would be 12 courts, about 20,000 square feet. The ping pong would be 135 square feet, the ground chess 50. And so the total floor area was about 20,700 square feet. Well, we think, and they basically took the position that this was a compliant use. They contend that their restaurant use with accessory gaming is permitted. However, under the city zoning rules, the accessory use can only be 33% of the use. And under this view, we believe that the developer was counting square footage that was in the outside of the building. It was not within the building. And based upon that, they thought they could get to this 20,000 square feet. We think, as we look at the building, they're limited to a little over 15,000 square feet. That's because we think that the area within the building is 47,000 square feet, and a third of that gets us to 15,000. So we disagree that they're permitted 20,000 square feet as an accessory use. So I do want people to understand they've laid this out. They didn't have to invest a lot of money in building it. They've laid out courts. They have a plan. We haven't approved it, and we think at this point there's a problem with it. So we have submitted a letter to the State Lands Commission that says that we think this use is very much like the one that they previously disapproved. Now, that doesn't mean that that's what they're going to find, and it may be a couple weeks before we get an answer. But we have made our position clear that we don't think that this is proper the way it is laid out currently. Now, the next page is a map. This is the map, the boundary map where we have counted the square footage. You see towards the top, there's a green area and there's a blue area just below that. That's where the restaurant is. And this has some dimensions on it. If you go to the next page, you see their layout of how the pickleball would work. And so they have some courts laid out there, and then in the non-court areas, they put up tables and other kinds of seating so that the restaurant people can get their food and then take it out into this area. And in fact, since under the CUP, you can have outdoor dining, they can also take it out into the outdoor area. So the next slide is a statement that I've been going back and forth with Mr. Orton. I've had several conversations with him. His March 11 email, I think, is the best expression of their position. And their position is that they have a long-term ground lease and they aren't doing anything different. They've just changed the decor and the theme. And so they're still within the ground lease requirements. And they state here, no change in ownership or control, no alteration to the exterior, no interior construction. They didn't have to get permits for anything they did. All the flooring and other fixtures and equipment is temporary and fully removable and reversible. And the project continues as a restaurant and event venue. There's no change in use, no change that is not consistent and included in all existing use permits and regulations, including the zoning, et cetera. And based upon that, he withdrew the application that he had filed because the state lands had said it wasn't consistent, and he doesn't think he needs to submit another permit, another administrative permit. Now, and I would also point out in this language, he says, the project continues as a restaurant and event venue. Well, at one point in time, they were putting on more than 13 events. COVID came along and they started putting fewer events, but it's still recently been in the 10 to 13 category. So I don't call going to one event per year to be continuing it as an event venue. So let me go to current questions. So as I just said, so next slide, sorry. So the developer withdrew and modified the application to eliminate and has said that he's eliminated the membership only. And So the next bullet there is I sent him a letter back several weeks, maybe 3 weeks ago, telling him that we thought they needed to go back. They need to give us the current floor plan, and based upon that, they needed to go back to the State Lands Commission and get a new state lands determination as to whether they're compliant. Based upon the March 11 response that I got, and which I just went over with you, I contacted him again and said, well, we still think you should go to the state lands. His position was they didn't need to. I had some more conversation, which I'll cover in a moment. And as everyone is aware, they had an event on March 23, 24. I said to them, you know, we haven't authorized you to open. He responded saying, but we can do events. You agree we can do events. This is going to be an event. So based upon the fact that they could put on events, we didn't take any enforcement action. As I have said, we've now submitted a letter to the State Lands Commission. The council has gotten copies of that letter, and we're awaiting a response. Last points I want to make before council questions or opening it to discussion. I appreciate the concerns about anybody violating city rules and ordinances and showing disdain for the city. And I'm not, I, as a lawyer, understand Mr. Orton's careful way of trying to construct what he's doing here. I've certainly seen some emails that refer to it as gaming the system, so to speak. But I do think that he wants to have visitors coming to that area. He wants to be active. His restaurant has not had enough business going. So I understand that desire. I also know, because I'm involved with the council and I understand the things the council is trying to do, I understand the council also has a goal of trying to make that area more busy. The whole idea of putting the ferry in there was to be bringing visitors in, and the long-term goal is to figure out how to make that space more useful. And I would also say that I know some people have looked at the fact that Mr. Orton has not constructed anything. He hasn't had to get any building permits in the changes that he's made to his use. There's two ways of looking at that, and one way of looking at it is that it would be easy to change out that use. If you found a user that could bring more business, that user this space could be reconfigured again, just like it has been now. So what came to my mind is there's a possibility that the two sides share a common goal. And is there a way of moving from this dispute that we have? And again, we're not holding back. We've sent our letter to the State Lands Commission. We've told Mr. Orton that we don't agree with his square footage calculations. He's acknowledged our position, so in this conversation, I expressed this idea that as to whether there was a way we could find to kind of bridge the gap. If this is the best use he can find for now, are there some ways to deal with this where it remains a possibility to get to a bigger sort of use? And so this is what this page constitutes is a compliance agreement. A compliance agreement is when you have somebody who is not necessarily in conformance with all your rules, you enter into an agreement with that person to establish a method of getting things fixed and getting to something that's more proper. So, the council has not blessed this. The council said to me a week ago, do a presentation, and in the process of writing up a presentation, I had a conversation with Mr. Orton, and I said, why couldn't we do some things to try and get through this? And he was very open to the idea. He's not approved this as a specific proposal at this point, but most of the points here we talked about, and he said he was open to that. So I'm proposing this as something that we could move forward with to try and figure out the differences in our positions and see if we could get past that. So the compliance agreement would, number one, it would require him to reduce the gaming elements. And so gaming, I'm talking about sports gaming, not a casino. But the gaming elements, including pickleball, would be reduced to 33%, the way the Community Development Department calculates that. And we would also explore the best mix of uses for this facility. And maybe there are some things that we think of now. Maybe it would specify that we have the opportunity to come and talk to him in the future about uses that we come across, and a commitment from him that he will continue keeping in mind different uses. We don't know whether he's going to be successful with his pickleball use or not. So the idea is that in this, we explore how we might alter the mix of uses, and we do that mutually. Event usage, as I said, it says he will do events, and he has a precedent. And in fact, I know many people that I've talked to have talked about how successful some of those past events were. But we don't have anything that says what type of use, how frequent it ought to be, that he talked to us about the event before he puts it on. Does he charge for it? Is it free? There's nothing. There's nothing in the ground lease or the CUPs that really explore that. So I think that a lot of what the city gets back from this, he doesn't pay us any money. The rent is $1 a year. So what is the payback to the city? Well, the payback is him having a successful facility that can be part of the establishing of uses and establishing the identity of the area as someplace where people go, and you want to have restaurants and other kinds of visitor serving retail, which is what the trust asks us for. So I think we need to explore that. And when I talked to Mr. Orton, he said he was open to trying to figure out how to make these events more successful. There are some aspects, as we've gone into looking at this, there are some aspects of the ground lease that we would like to talk to him about, whether those items can be modified. Number 4, he has said this to me, that he is very open to some better use than pickleball, if that should appear. He's willing to talk to us, and he's willing to call this an interim use that could succeed to some future use like that. The parties would, number 5, the parties are mutually committed to find uses which better suit the public trust. So one thing that's been mentioned is, we have the Rosie the Riveter Museum there. So we also have the Red Oak Liberty ship built in the Second World War, but it's at a completely different location, and it's hard to find. And it might be a good idea to try and establish an area where this World War II historic use can work better. So we can also work on some uses that work in with the ferry use, make the ferry operation work better, and of course the Rosie the Riveter Historic Park. So there's elements here that we could try and make into something that draws more attraction to the visiting community. And then we also have a community benefits ordinance, and we can, I think the thing like the events, these other facilities, that can be part of a community benefit that arises from this. So these are, I did talk these things over with Mr. Orton. I think he's open to working out an agreement. If the council is okay with this, I would further move into this discussion, and then we will see what the State Lands Commission, how they respond to our letter. So I'm happy to answer questions.
Before we go to questions, I would like to have public speakers first. Do we have public speakers?
Yes, we do. We have 7 public speakers, and then we have a total of 5 online. The speakers are Mac Lingo, Kim Sterner, Dave Sterner, Sue Wilson, Bill Pawney, Jamin Purcell, and Deborah Baer. Please come forward. Mac Lingo. Followed by Kim Sterner. Let's begin.
Start?
Begin, yes.
So my real concern was keeping the Craneway inside the truss. It's very interesting to come and hear the conversation this evening. I still would like to see uses like KPFA, Christmas thing. I don't know how that fits in though, because everything's got to make money. And I'll say one thing about the Red Oak Victory, it's pretty scraggly looking. And I would be embarrassed to put it over there unless there's enough money to make it, look real. But I appreciate the problem that you're dealing with here, and I really appreciate the explanation this evening in my remarks.
Kim Sterner, followed by David Sterner.
Hi, my name's Kim Sterner. I'm a current resident of Richmond. My husband moved to Richmond 35 years ago, and I joined him here 30 years ago. We lived on 35th Street near Clinton Hill. Our family's roots are here. Our kids grew up learning to ride their bikes down at Miller Knox Parks. We were familiar with that area too. I'm also a pickleball junkie, so I should just say that. I have, one of the things I want to say about it though is that pickleball really is a travel industry. All of our vacations now are all around pickleball. We travel to Los Barriles, we travel back east to go travel for it. There's lots of different things that are happening for going internationally to travel for pickleball. I don't think you really understand how much pickleball is going to take over. I know some of you have been dealing with the fact that it's overtaking tennis courts. It's coming, and people really enjoy it. It's diverse. It has a whole bunch of different age groups that are in it, people of different color. I got to be there at part of the grand opening this weekend, and I was checking people in. And as I was checking people in, I was asking where they were from. And there were people locally, for sure, from Marina Bay and right around there. And there were people who had taken the ferry from San Francisco. There were people from Sacramento. There were people from San Jose. There were people from Washington, and there was even a guy from Minneapolis. So people are excited about this, and they travel far in order to get there. I should also say that I am an employee of Craneway. I teach fitness classes. They are all open to the public. All of our classes and everything are open to the public. One of the things I wish I'd had when my kids were little is riding along my bike along the path there. I used to stop and get sandwiches. I never had a place to do anything. The kids could ride their bikes along, stop and play ping pong, hang out in that area for no fee at all, and then ride their bikes back anywhere. And I think it's a great community resource, and I'm glad that it's there. Thank you.
David Sterner, followed by Sue Wilson.
Hi, I'm Dave Sterner, and as my wife mentioned, we've been a part of the Richmond community for a long time. And this project with pickleball gaming, very open to the public, seems to fit very well with community development. I know the folks at Craneway have open arms to the community. As my wife mentioned last weekend, people were coming in, and anybody is welcome. I know that they're very willing to be more into public outreach. I think that this is something that right now Richmond could be proud of, and could be proud of many years to come, because it will embrace the entire community. Thank you.
Sue Wilson.
Hello. I'm Sue Wilson. I would say that this isn't a question about whether pickleball is good or bad. It's a question about public space and making sure that public space is accessible to the public, including non-pickleball players. I think you know that a lot of Richmonders really enjoy going to events at the Craneway, including free events. And we'd like to have the opportunity to continue to do that in future years. I hope it's true that the developers are open to the idea of sharing the space between community events and pickleball, because I think that would be the best solution. But right now, I don't see any evidence of that. If you go online to the Craneway Pavilion, you'll see they're selling monthly memberships already. And they say that you can play any day, 7 days a week, from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. That is not, there's no blackout dates, for events. So that is not a business that is looking to share that space with community events, as far as I can tell. Also, as one of the people who went over the weekend to protest the opening of the pickleball business, which is what it is that it's not a Dave & Buster's, it's not a restaurant. If you go in there, you'll see it's overwhelmingly pickleball courts, and then the space between pickleball courts, and there's some seating around the perimeter. I think one guy said he ate a bagel. So there's food in there, but to say that it's a restaurant is really a misrepresentation of what's going on there. So again, I actually like pickleball players. I like pickleball. I'm hoping that you can find a way to reach some sort of compromise where the space can be used for both. But I would need to see that in writing, because I don't think Orton's behaved in good faith so far. Thank you.
Bill Pounding, followed by Jamin Purcell.
Hello, my name's Bill Pounding. I live in Berkeley, and I'm here to support the use of Craneway for pickleball. Their opening this weekend was very successful. My understanding is they estimate they had about 1,200 people show up. I volunteer with an adaptive pickleball group that's been going on for a year in Berkeley, in West Berkeley, on an outdoor court that is not flat, so the surface is a problem for people in manual chairs. It's also very windy, and frequently, especially in the winter, we get rained out. We can't play our weekly session. We were welcomed with incredibly graciously by the owner of the pickleball facility over the weekend. They gave the adaptive players 2 or 3 hours of time coaching, and they are interested in working with our meetup group to provide a set time every week for adaptive pickleball, including coaching at no cost to that community. The Craneway will still be available for, my understanding, it was when there were public events in the past, whoever ran those had to rent the space. That can continue. The public can still, up until then, the public access to this space was limited to those public events. Now, anybody in the public can walk into the facility, enjoy the view, enjoy the space, eat, drink, maybe watch some pickleball, but they actually have access to the space for more than 10 to 13 days a year. I'd also like to encourage you
Your
to
time has
support-
expired, sir. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
Jamin Purcell, followed by Deborah Bayer.
Hello, my name's James Purcell. I'm also a longtime Richmond resident, and I want to say that talking about pickleball is a complete misdirect of what the issue at hand is. It's not about pickleball. it didn't matter if it was skateboarding, if it was, for one thing, period. That's the issue. It's about being a multi-purpose public use space. One of my favorite memories is roller skating there, which we can't do with pickleball mats glued to the floor. And these things were done by Orton without any permits, without notifying the city. And there's concern about some alterations that have been made. A community member, Andrew Butt, identified that there had been some rails that had been moved or altered. As well, I was able to find the drums of adhesive they used for these mats in the back. And, quite frankly, I'm happy that it's going to be utilized more often. I'm happy that is going to be drawing people from the area. But let's be frank, $12 hot dogs, Casper sells them for like $6.45. And if we're talking about salads that are $17, $18, how common is that going to be for a Richmond resident, and how likely are they going to turn out for that? There are 3 ping pong tables and some cornhole. That's the only thing you can do if you don't pay up. And just as was said, there's no blackout dates. So if somebody was going to plan an event and they wanted to use the Craneway, how would they be able to identify those days? How is the pickleball people going to let them know that, oh, by the way, we were going to have one of our pop-up museums like we had last year, or we want to do a roller skate night? You got to shut down to be able to get it all set up. And with the way it's situated, it's really limited the use of this huge event space that could be utilized for so many different ways. So, thank you.
Our last in-house speaker is Deborah Bayer.
Hi, I'm Debbie Bayer, and I agree with that this is not about pickleball. It's about the Craneway. So forget pickleball. It's how we want. This is a public building that's really unique and really beautiful, and I'm a little concerned that Mr. Alshire already wrote a letter to the State Land Commission saying that he thinks, that the city thinks that Orton is in compliance.
Says the opposite.
You said the opposite? Maybe it was a typo then, because it didn't say that. The last sentence that you had said you were saying it was complying. Maybe we can check that out. So I was there on Saturday and Sunday, and I didn't see 1,200 people, but there were a lot of people. Maybe there were 500 people on Saturday. I just sort of took an informal survey, walked through the building, spent about 20 minutes, half hour, asking people where they were from, and I found about 5 people who were from Richmond. They were from all over the place. And I also asked people, would you pay $160 a month to play here? And most people said no. So the Assemble, Orton has not gotten very many people to eat at his restaurant, and yet he wants to expand it, which seems odd. It's not about being a restaurant, it's about being a pickleball club. And right now, it's going to cost $25 a day for anyone to play there if they're not a member, per person, not per court, and $25 to reserve the court. It's going to be, right now it's $119 a month to be a member, but they're going to increase that after 2024, and I've heard it's going to increase to $160 a month. So people were having a good time, and I agree, it's great. If they want to play pickleball there, it's great, but I do not see.
Your time has expired.
I don't see how it can combine with events.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll move to our online speakers, and we currently have 7 speakers.
The names of the speakers are Lynn Terrio, Beth Conklin, Terry Hinty, Sean Dunning, Jesse West, Paul Carmen, and Tanya Polito. Please be ready to unmute yourself when your name is called, and you will have 2 minutes to speak. Lynn Terrio.
Okay, City Council, Mayor Martinez,
the city attorney. My name is Lynn Terrio, and I have been a resident of Marina Bay for over 20 years and I'm a retired teacher librarian with West Contra Costa Unified School District. With over 40 years of service. During that time, I have been active with the neighborhood council and with my own homeowners board. I am not against pickleball. However, the way that the new pickleball courts and the for-profit organization that put them down has gone about constructing the new courts in the Craneway is just flaunting the rules and regulations of Richmond. They have neither gotten the permission of the city council nor the state for putting in the courts. I have asked numerous times through the city council, the Richmond Neighborhood Coordinating Council, and the Planning Commission about the pickleball courts and have never gotten a complete response. The group has, so far as I know, never received permits for the courts in the Craneway. If I, or heaven forbid, Chevron, were to be doing the same thing, we would be fined and be told that the courts take the courts out until permission came. Although the Pickleball Association says that the Craneway may be used for community events as it has done in the past, they are going to charge for picking up and putting back down the courts. Will they charge the organizations to pay more than they were before because of this? It seems to me that it should not be allowed in the pickleball courts, and those who run them need to understand that nonprofits, for the most part, have been able to use the Craneway for events until.
Thank you. Your time has expired. The next speaker is Beth Conklin.
Hi, my name is Beth Conklin, and I've been a resident of Richmond since 2007. I've been riding my bike past the locked doors of the Craneway Pavilion for years. Until now, I've only been able to go into the Craneway once a year for the KPFA Crafts Fair. Now, the Craneway is going to be open 365 days a year to anyone who wants to go in. Now, when I ride the Bay Trail, I can stop in and eat or get something to drink or play ping pong or even just hang out and look at the view. And if I want, I can buy a day pass and play pickleball all day with people I would never come in contact with in my daily life. So this use of the Craneway will attract more people to the waterfront and have more people interacting on a daily basis than any previous use of the building. I don't understand why the city would discourage it. This new use encourages exercise and a healthy lifestyle. It brings people of diverse ages and ethnicities together, and it ensures daily public access to a building and waterfront that is treasured by our community. So I hope you will support the new use in every way possible. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Terry Henty.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Terry Hinty, Richmond resident. I'm calling to express my incredulity and dismay at the way the Craneway debacle has played out. And I'm laying it all at your feet. The gaslighting, the lack of transparency and communication, which gives way to frustration and suspicion on the part of constituents, the apparent lack of knowledge and history as to your role as a council and how this could have turned out differently. I'm embarrassed by your 11th hour performative concern about this matter on which the community has been seeking information since summer 2023. And I'm left wondering whether your inaction is due to malevolence or incompetence. Which is it?
Thank you. The next speaker is, Sean Dunning.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Sean Dunning, a Richmond resident. Had I known Terry was going to say what she just did, I probably wouldn't have spoken. But I think this is a great discussion to have. I'm just wondering, why are we having it now? And I'm really just disappointed that this is coming so late, and kind of strangely right after a very public protest that was televised. It this controversy has been going for months and months, and Mr. Alshire suggests that the public has brought this to the attention of that this is somehow brewing. As far as I can tell, it's been brewing on social media, and if that in fact is a legitimate place from where to draw an indication of problems, then perhaps our elected officials should reply to people when they raise questions and concerns. But from what I can tell, for months and months, people have been asking, they've been complaining, this discussion has been had, but there's been just crickets. And so it seems to me that the time to have a discussion, to listen to all sides, to clarify the facts, to dig into the regulations and rules so we can all be on the same page, that was months ago. But now Richmond is in the news for conflict, once again, conflict that perhaps could have been completely avoided, or conflict that could have been waged constructively instead of having people picket in front of our Craneway. And the fact that members of council don't speak to the public but will speak to the news, I find really sad. And I think it's time that we get ahead of these things and we have elected officials who represent the people and solve problems for the people. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jesse West.
Hi, my name is Jesse West. I've been a resident of Richmond for 33 years and I've worked here for more years than that. I had a wonderful time at the event on Saturday. I played pickleball with people of all ages and ethnicities. I played ping pong with another elderly woman such as myself who came over from I just met her right there and we played together. We'd never met before. She plays at the senior centers. It was a truly community event. There were young kids who were sitting around doing their thing and having fun with themselves and their families. I had delicious food from the restaurant pass-through over there at the coffee bar, some tuna melt thing. My big question is, why did nobody complain that rollerblading doesn't involve the bay or water activities? You make such a big deal out of that. What do marijuana conventions have to do with bay or water use? You can't have it both ways. Either you really want water related activities or you got to stick to your guns about that, or then don't jump all over pickleball. I have cognitive dissonance about it. It seems very hypocritical. I didn't see the rollerblading people I'm sure they had fun and that's fine with me, the people who went to those events, but you just can't have it both ways. Slide I talked about that. And by the way, Debbie, thanks for catching that typo. You're a woman after my own heart. I caught that too, and glad I didn't have to convince them to have that typo about the letter that was written. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Paul Carmen. Paul, you may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Council. I have to reiterate what a couple earlier speakers have said. This is not about pickleball. This is about the exclusion of other events. Now, a lot of this is the result of a very lazy agreement that the city decided to enter into with Orton to let him lease this space for $1 when he mainly fixed it up with FEMA money, not his own money, although he did use some of his own money. But that's the crux of the situation, is this lazy agreement that was entered with Orton. Now, the City Attorney Alshire is going completely off base by focusing on square footage, how much is used for ping pong, how much is used for pickleball. The issue is all the events that are not allowed. He did mention that, oh, it's easy to tear it down and do other events. What needs to happen is that Orton needs to be taken out of the role of booking events. Someone in the city needs to take over marketing that venue for events and booking the events and taking control of the calendar. Pickleball can be part of that calendar. They can compete for, if there's vacancies, they can be there too, since it's so easy to put up and take down, but they need to compete on the calendar with other events that are being booked there. That is the key, is taking control of the booking of the venue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tanya Pulido.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Tanya Pulido. I am calling tonight as a Richmond resident and a collective member of the Rich City Rollers. The Rich City Rollers is a woman-led roller skating collective, and we have volunteered hundreds of hours to host Bay Area-wide roller skating events at the Craneway. And with our collective efforts, we were able to attract thousands of people to the Craneway, and we hope we can continue to have that opportunity to host events in the future. And my concern is that the floor plans will not allow for roller skating, dancing, and other events that benefit from smooth floors. And I just want to recommend that the developer create a process to collect community feedback from Richmond residents and widens the table when it comes to um, creating and developing the future of the Craneway. And I just want to, I guess, address what was said earlier by someone that, I don't think roller skating or any other events that have happened on the Craneway, we're not interested in like dominating the activity there or anything. Like, we want to be part of a healthy and diverse ecosystem of activities at the Craneway. And we want to work collaboratively with other people who also want to use this community asset. Thank you.
Thank you, and that was our last speaker.
Thank you. Public comment is closed. I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Jimenez.
Yeah, I wanted to say thank you, staff. Thank you, City Attorney and City Attorney staff, who for many, many weeks start digging up the history of this place. I think, like we already say, it was a signed agreement, a lease agreement in 2004. And none of these, the city council was there, and many staff wasn't even here. So it took a lot of time for people to really understand what was going on. And we didn't want it to put a statement that we had to retract and then be criticized by not having the right information. So we worked together to make sure that that information was the right, and we don't have to kind of like go back to the city attorney and put the city in a difficult situation and put every city council in a difficult situation to have to retract what we have been saying. So thank you, every council, for just not going and jumping and say things that we had to retract, but also for the city to really work with us to help us understand how we get here, and it goes 20 years ago, 2004, a lease of 55 years for $1 was signed. And not only was signed, but also we have one thing in the agreement that it says that it will renovate automatically 1 year every year. So I want to thank the City Council for really putting this together. I think like the way to speak to the public on this issue is by us putting this on the agenda, and people can listen, people can hear not only the comment of one city council, but the whole city council and city staff, and being able to ask questions and respond. So with that, I have some questions for you, city attorney. And my first thing is about what authority that the city have, whether this is a pickleball or any other things. What is the authority that we have?
There's no permit that they're required to get. So all the existing, the terms of the ground lease apply, the terms of the existing CUPs, the fact that it has to comply with the public trust and which the State Lands Commission enforces. So we have those abilities. He wasn't required to come because there was no building permit for what he did. So we have found, based upon the fact that if the pickleball is accessory to the restaurant, then he has a compliant use. But we don't think, because of these measurements, it's accessory unless it is scaled back. If he was trying to have some sort of a recreational sporting type of use, if that was the primary use, he'd have to get his approvals amended.
Okay, so that means that, like, for instance, like, he will have to comply with the 33% because it seems that the pickleball is an accessory use. Is that right?
Yes, and if he didn't comply with that, then we could implement code enforcement.
Okay. What aspects of this contract seems unusual or atypical to you?
Well, there is an aspect of the lease that says that it's obviously we've talked about the rent level being $1, but there's also an aspect of the lease that says that for every year of the lease, a year is added on to the lease. So California law for redevelopment agencies, as it applied at the time this was done, prohibited leases longer than 55 years. That's why 55 years was set. So I think that the evergreen provision is illegal. But we haven't, it was evidently reviewed and entered into, 20 years ago. And I don't know what the thinking was then, but that's, I did mention to Mr. Orton that some of these things that are problematic, we would like to fix.
Okay. I have my last question and a last comment after you answer this. What leverage will the city have to change the use to something better in the future under the agreement like this?
I'm not sure I understood that. Maybe the gentleman that suggested that a lot of people talked about the event thing being an issue, and one gentleman suggested if we were programming the events, that would fix it. And that's a creative suggestion, except that it's not we don't have control over the property. So I don't know how we would program that other than developing this compliance agreement with Mr. Orton's approval. We don't have the ability to control the use of that property. It's leased to a private party.
And it was leased in
Pardon me?
It was leased in 2004 with all of these.
Yeah, since 2020, when that agreement was entered into.
Since 2004.
2004.
Yeah. So I will be quick because I know my colleagues are having a lot of questions and I don't want to take more time. But what I'm going to say is public land should be for public good. And the crane weight is ours. Craneway. It's not just a private developer. And actually, I wonder how many leases for $1 we have to developers. And maybe that is a question that it can be answered after this. But I feel like it's not about just one use. It's about having the whole idea, I think, and that it was for this space was to have community events. And the community doesn't want to lose that. We heard so many public comments about that. So I think like we need to put it in writing. If we have an opportunity right now to have some leverage of the few things that we had leverage because this agreement was signed in 2004, is that we want to have events. We want to have some events that don't cost anything to the city. We want them to comply. They need to comply with the law because we cannot send presence where there is developers here that do whatever they want, and even when the city attorney has already sent a letter saying you need to stop, it goes out and an event is happening there. So I think we need to make sure that they are in compliance, and we need to use this as a leverage for us to not lose the things that the community is saying that we need, which is events and also opportunities for people to use this beautiful space without cost that benefit and activities that can benefit the community. So I will stop there for now, and I will let other council members to speak. Thank you.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Alshire, thank you for the presentation. I know we've been dealing with this for a while here. But I think the question, if we can just put it in plain out, black and white, is a question that everybody wants to know. Are they operating without approval? And that includes both from the city and from the state land.
Well, I don't know exactly what you mean by that. There wasn't a permit that they were required to get from us. Their position is that what they're doing is consistent with their lease. We don't believe that it's consistent. We've expressed that to them. And the conversation that I think Lena had with them was that they understood and they were going to make the necessary changes.
So then, what I'm understanding then, that they don't have the approval from the city? Or their business license, or what is it that they...
They have a business license.
So they have a business license, but do they have, what you just said, what I understand is they don't have, since we disagree with the usage, they should not have the authority to operate right now until they get everything checked off.
Yes, we have to get the issue of the area worked out.
And they had their grand opening this past Saturday. And I just checked on their website, and you can go in and schedule things. The last schedule today was at 7 o'clock. Somebody's playing there right now.
Their position was that what they were doing on the weekend was an event, and they were holding an event.
How long is the event for?
I thought the event was for a weekend.
So we're already, and I know you might not have this answer, so I'm asking somewhat rhetorical questions, but I want to make sure that we check in with them, because if they told us it was a one-day event or even a weekend event, Tuesday is not usually considered a weekend, even though some of us might want to have a 7-day weekend, but Tuesday is not considered a weekend. And if you go to their website right now, you can book a a court to play pickleball. Even today, actually, it just closed at 10 o'clock, but you were able to book it all the way up to 10 o'clock tonight.
You know, I understood their position. They were holding a weekend event. I basically said there wasn't anything we could do about that. I've suggested tonight that there's a number of things we need to do, that we could do to enter into an agreement. If the council agrees with that, then we will try to approach that. The issue of, you know, what they're doing on a daily basis, I think is a legal issue that I don't want to take a position at this point in time if I'm trying to get something worked out.
And I definitely understand that it's all legal, so I just want to put the questions out there because it's what everyone's asking, and we need to get some answers to the community. One of them, as one of the callers mentioned, if you have another business and they're running their business without license, without proper protocols from the city, we will most likely go there and shut them down. And we haven't done that with this particular business. Maybe it's
it's speculative. I mean, if you order me to do something tonight, I will do what you order me to do. If you don't order me, I'm going to use my judgment to try and get to a proper, I think you need a proper agreement. Most of these people were asking to be able to conduct events. You cannot force them to hold events. You don't have any legal thing that says they have to do events. So the only way you get there is to work out an agreement with them. And I think I'm recommending that we work for a compliance agreement and you give me some discretion to work something out. But if you don't want to do that and you want to order me to do something, I will certainly follow your order.
Thank you. Now, in regards to the contract, I jokingly have said in the past, previous council members sometimes have been really good at creating some really bad contracts for the city. This one being a 50-year contract. It's not really 50-year, and it's an evergreen contract. It goes on to forever and ever. It's $1 a year. That's the best contract ever. We think it might be illegal. You mentioned you might not, a lot of the council members are not around. We have some former council members who are still around, not in this council currently, but they are still around in the community, who maybe they might be able to give us some history on how, maybe in closed session, how they came about to having this contract.
I mean, you're certainly free to try and get historical information. I think particularly the purpose of state law was to, you know, there's a public purpose to public contracts. And the reason the legislature felt they could put a time limit on these contracts is that when you enter into a long-term agreement, the council people of that day are controlling future councils. And there's actually a principle that when, like for the zoning is not locked in and it has to be there for 30 years. A new council gets to change things. And if you have a long-term contract, the future council, their hands are tied, which is exactly where you are today. And that is why the legislature decided, you know, 99-year agreements are too long. This was an effort to get around that provision. And it wasn't even an effort that, well, let's give them an extra 20 years. If you read literally, the contract goes forever at $1 a year. So that, you know, when you're dealing with a legal action in courts, you never know. But I think the chances of not being able to cut off the tail on that thing are pretty low. I can't see how a judge would end up saying that the literal terms of this agreement are not violative of public policy.
Now, can you share with us a little bit more about what the contract says? What are some of the stipulations that might allow us to either void the contract, amend the contract, cancel the contract, change the contract?
You know, I think it is, again, I am suggesting that we try and talk to Orton and work out an agreement. And I don't think that I should, at this point in time, give public legal opinions on issues that could be complex and would certainly upset the developer and make it more difficult to reach agreement with him on other issues where, as I'm suggesting, we need to try and work to get on the same page, because what I'm hearing, the biggest issue that people are concerned with is the single use of this and not having these other events that can give more public benefit to the community. So I think the way to approach somebody along those lines is with a cooperative working attitude instead of a club.
And I agree with that. There's tomorrow he can take away the pickleball and he can decide that he wants to store boats in there.
Yep.
It's something that they can do. It's part of the uses, and that way nobody has access to it, just whoever owns the boats that are being stored there. So that is part of the use. But
Because that's a boat use, so that fits within the requirements.
That fits with it. Could be one big old yacht. But the contract, though, the part of the contract, so one of them says what you can use it for, but there's got to be something in there that says, if you don't do this, then you're not following the contract. The question where I'm getting at is, individuals have commented that the railroad tracks that were part of the Craneway inside of it have been covered. And it appears, I've been Googling pictures from years ago, and it appears that this is not just because of the pickleball. It appears it's been done years ago. So nobody looked years ago either. But that, because it's a historic site, I believe they're supposed to get approval from the city before they make any changes.
You know, the first time I heard of this issue was yesterday. If people wanted a legal opinion on that, they need to give me an opportunity to look into it. So I'm not going to opine. I understand there's a question brought up about that, and I haven't looked at it and not prepared to say.
Thank you. And the 33% of the square feet, that's part of the contract?
No, that's part of our zoning ordinance.
That's the zoning ordinance.
The zoning ordinance says that if you can have a primary use and you can have accessory uses as long as they're not more than 33%. So that's in our zoning code, applies throughout the city. So it applies to them. It's not written into the ground lease. It's not, it's a part of the zoning ordinance.
And is that per parcel or per, if you combine multiple parcels, is it 33% of all the multiple parcels you're combining, or is it?
The issue is the building, the use in the building, and what is the primary and accessory use in the building. So the square footage that we calculate that by is based upon the area of the building. Now, the building could be on 2 parcels, but it's the building, it's not the parcel.
This is building. Thank you. And do you happen to know about the alcohol permits? Is the alcohol permits based on?
I mean, the square footage calculations are done by community development. I understood from not even that there's some part of a small part of the outside that counts in terms of the food use. But I don't, but it's not, the area outside the building within the parcel is very large. This is just a small accessory area to the restaurant or something like that. But if you want details, you'd have to ask Lena.
That's right. And about the alcohol, sorry, I'm losing my voice. The alcohol permit. Do you know anything about the alcohol permits? Are they based on the building itself? Is it just a restaurant? Because now the restaurant is in a whole different parcel. then the Craneway, and the restaurant, the one that has the alcohol permit, and another parcel. Do they, because we're combining them?
I think what I heard yesterday, and I'm not even sure I heard it from Lena, there's been a lot going on, is that there is some small part where that is outdoors and is permitted. But if it's important to you to be accurate, you should talk to Lena.
And she appears.
Before Lita speaks, I do want to say that I have looked at the various CUPs and the documents, and I take issue with a lot of the interpretations. So I don't know how much we should say at this point in public if there's confusion as to exactly what the documents say. So just my position.
Thank you. Selena, about the alcohol permit, do you know how those work?
Yes, the city has a regulation that requires on-sale and off-sale alcohol licenses to obtain a use permit. So the way it was done for the Craneway, and at the time it was the Boiler House restaurant, was to get a bona fide eating establishment type license, which would allow restaurant activities and food to be served within the Craneway. And so that was the license type that they obtained, and it was in support of both restaurant and events within the Craneway.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. No other questions for now. Thank you, Lena. Thank you.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, thank you for City Attorney for the presentation, and thank you to the public speakers for sharing all your input. The public really, I want to just make sure this is known, really has a right to know what's going on. And I know myself and other council members, I feel certain, have, as soon as this issue came up way back last July, I started contacting the community development director, and whatever information was available at that time, I would convey, like, for example, well, we received an application, we don't know if it fits in yet with the State Lands Commission, and then the next thing we hear is that the State Lands Commission rejected the use, and so it was like, great, you know, that's something that the community was upset about. Now it is no longer on the table. And so it seemed like there was a stretch of time where we heard nothing about it, and then the next thing, there was a revised application that came forward. So again, I reached out to our community development director, and from there, you know, there was a neighborhood council that wanted an update, and I proceeded to share as much information as I had, including that we would be discussing the lease in closed session, and then we would be having an open session meeting the following week, which is what we're having right now. So, you know, there was an attempt to give as much information as we had available while the city was coming up with more information, which we discussed in closed session and now, for the most part, have brought here. So I want to say that I like the idea of perhaps finding a way to negotiate a large amount of special events. And some of them should be for free. I think just put out some ideas, you know, the fireworks event, the KPFA Crafts Fair. We could say maybe we want 15 to 20 special events. Maybe we want a certain amount of them, arts and entertainment. Maybe we could fit in some categories that the city, based on community input to us, would want to see there. You know, signature events that we've already had, but also, you know, just some categories of events. You know, I know the Craneway used to have Alvin Ailey dance concerts and music concerts, and so, you know, I think we could put some category of events into there, and also specify some of these should be for free, because we want our community to be there. And maybe that could all come about through a plan, this, what is the consent or the compliance agreement maybe that could all be put in writing if we can get, use that and get agreement on it. I also was going to ask the same question that Councilmember Zepeda did about the grand opening. If the grand opening was an event, even sometimes a conference event might be a 2-day thing, but I was going to ask, are they still continuing to have pickleball usage or usage of the same amended project? And it sounds like it might, but that's something to get clarity on. And then ultimately, I think what we need is to figure out how they can better market that. This is on them, but maybe the city could promote that they should better market for special events and not just kind of take a back seat and expect them to come to them. But basically, that's all I wanted to say. I do think it's important that we try and resolve this in as expeditious a way as possible and in a way that provides the community with the Crane way that we've come to love and appreciate over the years. So, and as has said by many, every single one of us on this council was not on this council when this ground lease came about. So it's one of those things that, we may not have, I can guess that we would not have made the same lease. I almost can guarantee that. But that's all I have to say, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Bono.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I would like to second everything that Vice Mayor Jimenez and Councilmember McLaughlin said in terms of the information that we did not provide to the public. We were not allowed, and I really feel bad about it. I would like to apologize to all the residents and explain that we had no information to provide. In the future, I would like to ask the permission from the city attorney to tell people we are waiting for the city attorney and we don't have anything. I failed to even say that because I wasn't sure what the complications. I don't know what to say, what not. Is that okay to say that in the future?
It's okay to tell people you don't have information. If you don't have information, you don't have information.
Oh, okay. But we should then mention that we're waiting for the city attorney to provide the information.
If you know that I'm responsible and you want to hand me up, that's fine.
That was an extreme way to put that, but okay.
No, I just wanted, I think people have the right to know, as it was mentioned, and they need to know why we do not have it, because we represent them, we're here to serve them and work for them. So just saying, I don't know, I think it's not sufficient. We need to explain why we don't know or why we don't have an answer for them. So I hope you can come up with a better, I don't know, if you don't have anything to provide to us, we need to come up with a better explanation, sufficient information. We need to acknowledge people's questions. There were many questions shared with us, and we just didn't have anything to say, and it was just frustrating on both ends. Communication channel should always remain open, and we need to let people know we are working hard for them, we're doing our best, and it shouldn't take long. I mean, just simple words that we are on your side, but we don't know. So that's all I have to say, and I just wanted to also thank Tom Budd for all the very interesting historic information about land trusts and other information that I think gave clarity to the concerns that many residents had. It was helpful to me. Thank you, everyone, and again, my apology for not getting back to you earlier.
Councilmember Robinson.
So I just have a comment to make, and I'm gonna make it. I'll be shooting myself in the foot, but I'm gonna make it anyway. Being an elected official in this position is a huge responsibility. We get these enormous packets where we need to look at all of the contracts and all of the things. to try to do our best, do our due diligence to make sure that we're getting the city into good contracts that look after the interest of the city. And we, you know, everyone here is doing their best to make sure we're doing our best to make sure we're watching out for those interests. But there's very little that we can do when we inherit agreements that are quite frankly poor, ill-conceived, terribly ill-conceived. We are stuck in an evergreen 55-year lease
Forever.
that renews every year forever, has no control over the site because a city council in 2004 agreed to that lease. None of the people up here agreed to that lease, but we're stuck with it. And the best out is in maybe, if we can stop the evergreening, 30 years. $1 a year. This massive building, beautiful building on the shoreline. We're stuck with that. And I hear the callers and the concern and everything, and I hear the pointing of fingers, and I just want to make sure that people are pointing fingers in the right direction. Because we take on responsibility when we get into these roles, and if we've done wrong, if we've made an error, we should step up and say we've done wrong and made an error. But I tell you, the people who made an error on this were Richard Griffin, Charles Belcher, Maria Viramontes, Jim Rogers, Mendel Pinn, Nat Bates, Gary Bell, and Tom Butt. Irma Anderson was the mayor at that time. I understand this job is difficult. I understand that we have so much to read, that we're not lawyers, that we do our best. But just to be clear, the people who are responsible for this terrible, terrible lease are the people I just named. They were in this position when that was decided, not us. And now we're doing our best to get the best possible agreement from the situation where we find ourselves in today. I just want to be clear about that. And I want to be clear about that because this is not the first bad deal that we've found since I've been in council for just a year. Miraflores is a catastrophic deal. What? We're giving away properties to developers before they even complete the letter of the agreement, and then they go into foreclosure and get millions of dollars of debt on properties. This madness. Who did that? Wasn't us. Same group of people. How many more deals are we going to find like that we have to inherit and then we have to deal with? So I just want to make sure that the public understands that piece of this puzzle and understands the very complicated situation that we find ourselves in, and that we are doing our best to find the best way to watch out for the public good from where we stand. Thank you.
I'd like to add to that commentary. 2004 was a horrible year for the city of Richmond. We had a $35 million deficit. Isaiah Turner left the city with that deficit. Everett Jenkins signed the contract that we are dealing with tonight. These are people who left Richmond in a bad way. And it probably, I don't know how you could explain it, but there were a lot of bad deals. There was a lot of issues that had to be dealt with, and we're dealing with it now. I'm going to let Vice Mayor Jimenez speak, and then you.
I just wanted to say thank you, Councilmember Robinson, for being just really clear about this. Yeah, this is not the first bad deal, and we are just trying to clean. This is why we co-sponsored with a council member, Gilma Glaffen, an audit of the port, which I heard that is coming up on April 16th, the report. And we are going to talk about the port and the leases of the port. And we are finding a lot of things that were not being right. And we are inheriting all of this, trying to clean in closed session over and over and over. Even like the new city attorneys tell us, like, who did that? Like, we get that question all the time, who did that? So I think for tonight, we want to move forward. We want to try to, with the bad things that we have, how to make it best. As I said before, I think this city council is trying really hard to uphold the value of public land for public good. So today, I think like I would like to make a motion to direct the city attorney to work for a compliance agreement that with teeth, really that has teeth to preserve public events. But in addition to that, we need to look into the legality of this lease and to explore our options to terminate or to renegotiate that lease agreement, because it's really a bad deal. Which
Point of order.
Okay.
This is an update,
okay.
and with an update, we cannot make motions.
I was going to second
Okay.
it, but I hear
Right,
you.
no,
I was going to second it too.
I think that we are all in agreement, and we can give direction, but.
Okay, so the direction is that, so I hope that you write it down, because we want not only that we have this proposed compliance agreement with teeth, but also that look into really, this is just kind of like 55 years at evergreen lease with $1, and we are just only on the 20 years. There is 35 years more, plus for profit. So 35 years that the city is not having the benefit of public land. And we need to change that.
Thank you. We'll close out with comments from Councilmember Willis.
Well, my chair just decided to come down spontaneously. Question. Sorry, that was just disorienting. When are we expecting or guessing to hear back from the State Land Commission on the letter that got sent to them?
They're fairly responsive, so I would say could be a week to 2 weeks.
Okay, well, hope to. Looks like you did the same thing. Yeah, hopefully we hear back from them soon. The only other comments that I wanted to just say on this issue is, at least from my perspective, this is something that just kind of blew up on social media. I, like, up until recently was just spending time trying to even look up when this lease got voted on and what the details of it were, because frankly, the Richmond Council at that time basically signed up to get robbed, because spending $1 a year with an indefinite lease renewing over and over again, I mean, wouldn't that be nice if you could just lease something for $1 indefinitely for the rest of your life? And yeah, it's very frustrating because we are getting blamed and criticized over a public process we didn't even have an opportunity to comment on. And I at least knew that Councilmember Cepeda was at least scheduling an update for last week. We're having it today so we can have this discussion. But just to make that clear, no decision was made on our end currently. No decision was made administratively. We're also just finding out and playing catch up based on the complaints that we're getting and figuring out the best way that we can maintain that public space for everybody's use. Make sure that there's community input and just not let one person run over on a place that's a gem to the rest of the city of Richmond. So we're in this process. We're figuring out administratively, but as Councilmember Robinson already said, we inherited a bad deal, so we're kind of left to clean up the mess, and it's going to take some time to figure out how to make this bad deal a tolerable deal at minimum, or a better one for the rest of the community. So interested in hearing what the State Lands Commission has to say, and I am interested in having these discussions with the leaseholder to see what they're willing to compromise on, but I think it is really important that community input be involved in that discussion at some point, because for me, the issue isn't about pickleball. The issue is all this activity is happening and we didn't even have a public forum or discussion on if that activity is acceptable to most people, or hey, if there is going to be activity like that, what the hell do we actually want to be there besides just one activity that's arbitrarily chosen by the leaseholder. So yeah, look forward to hearing back from the State Lands Commission and seeing where we can go to find a resolution to this as swiftly and promptly as possible. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item.
Our next item is item Q2. It's to approve an amendment number 1 to the contract with Safe Organized Spaces to extend the contract term through June 30th of 2025, and increasing the contract amount by $1,463,415.23 for a total contract amount not to exceed $2,202,108.82 to provide encampment support services, including outreach, showers, laundry services, and job opportunities for unhoused residents. And we have 7 in-person speakers. And anyone wishing to address the council on this issue, please raise your hand at this time.
Mr.
Good evening,
Mayor?
Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question?
Yes.
I have somebody standing by on the nepotism issue that's after this on the agenda. If they have 7 speakers here, should I assume that we're not going to get to that item and let them relieve them?
We also have online speakers, 5 at the time.
But,
So that's 12 speakers.
what's that?
Yeah, I would be okay with holding it.
I suppose holding it over would probably be best.
Yeah, I just, doesn't seem in a half hour you'll,
Right, yeah, okay.
thank you.
So the nepotism item will be held over.
So that's item Q3. And that's to prevent nepotism during the process, appointment process for Richmond boards, commissions, committees, and task force and city hiring and employment will be continued to April 2nd.
Okay. Good evening, council members. Lena Velasco, Director of Community Development. I'm here with Jesus Morales, Housing Manager. If we can get KCRT to please share the presentation. Next slide.
Good evening. So the SOS contract scope of services. So SOS hires unhoused residents and provides a flexible job schedule to help transition unhoused residents back into the workforce. Some of the services they'll be providing includes mobile showers, laundry services, debris pickup, outreach, and referrals to CORE, Richmond Works, and other service providers at encampment locations throughout the city, including sites that will be resolved under the Encampment Resolution Trust Fund Round 2 program. SOS has provided support in resolving encampments by supporting cleanup, moving belongings to storage, and moving clients to housing. Next slide, please. Next slide. So the SOS debris cleanup and outreach assessment. So you see a couple of pictures there of one of the encampments that was recently resolved. The top and bottom picture, you'll see the RVs, and then the middle picture is you see the site as being cleaned up. So demand for services continue to increase as encampments relocate or new ones form around the city due to movement created by the city, Caltrans, and adjacent jurisdictions abatements of encampments. SOS supports the city to clean out debris from encampments, RVs, other vehicles prior to towing and removal from encampment sites. They also support cleanup efforts for materials the city abatement team cannot pick up with the loader. SOS will provide referrals to CORE, Richmond Works, and other service providers to link encampment dwellers to services as part of street outreach. Next slide. And so this is another encampment that was recently resolved. You'll see the trailers that were on the street, and then on the upper right-hand corner, you see the street that has been cleared out. I also want to acknowledge the work that Public Works did in helping us clean up these two encampments. They came in after the general cleanup. They did street sweeping, they posted signs. You'll see that they also painted the curbs and also put K-rails to hopefully avoid or minimize the reestablishment of encampments at these two sites. Next slide, please. So these are some of the key performance indicators for SOS services under the current contract period, April 2023 to March 24. And the metrics you see there are for the 3 quarters, April, June, July, September, October, December 2023. A couple of the metrics that I want to point out here is one is the amount of trash that has been collected and disposed of. Over the 3 quarters there, you'll see there are 289 tons of debris that has been collected and taken to the landfill at an average of about 96 tons per quarter, which means throughout the contract period, there will be close to 400 tons of debris that will have been disposed of. Another highlight there are the number of showers that have been provided. Over 2,000 showers have been provided to the unhoused population at the various encampments. They've also been involved in major cleanups, coordination of around 33 or an average of 13 per month. And another highlight there is the laundry participation. SOS has been helping wash clothes for our unhoused clients at various encampments, and you can see that the total is over 2,200 of wash loads that they've been able to help with. Next slide. Some of the other key performance indicators for engagement and workforce development. Key points there are highlights, I should say, for example, are the number of people that have been shuttled to SOS services and to get documents, over 1,300. They've also made contact with a lot of unhoused. You'll see there an average of 72 per quarter, or just over 200 for the 3 quarters shown there. SOS experience, you'll see down there, SOS does have a workforce of 21 people. The current budget will increase that up to 24. You'll see the numbers on the average hours that are worked, 16 hours per week, 16 hours on average per week for staff workers, and the total hours worked over that period of time are over 14,000 hours. Next slide. So the project outcomes in alignment with the Homeless Strategic Plan. So over the past 2 years, SOS has created job opportunities for encampment residents, and as a result, some of the encampment residents have transitioned into housing, stable housing, with added housing assistance from the ERF R1 CASTRA program. The services provided to the unhoused are in alignment with the Homeless Strategic Plan. Short action steps 1.1, ensure that essential living amenities such as water, sanitation, hygiene, and laundry are provided at least weekly to all encampments to improve the quality of life for unhoused individuals and communities. And you can see by the metrics that were previously presented that that's what SOS has been doing, is providing all these services to the encampment residents on a weekly basis. Next slide. So how do we get to the selection of SOS? So in August of 2022, the city issued a request for qualifications. Services requested included street outreach, hygiene interventions, employment programs, trash collection, housing navigation, and operation of emergency interim housing, including safe parking and cabin communities. 373 vendors were notified and 5 proposals were received. 2 respondents provided qualifications for street outreach, hygiene interventions, trash collection, employment programs. The responses were reviewed and scored and ranked. SOS was recommended as a top team by the evaluation panel based on their experience and ability to immediately provide the requested services. Next slide. We had a couple of questions come up regarding the SOS contract. So one of the questions was the status of the grant writing support is recommended by City Council. So city staff is currently working on an RFP, RFQ to be issued in April for on-call grant writers. City staff will return to City Council with on-call contracts for grant writers to support nonprofits and CBOs that are working with the city. City approved a contract. The other question was, city approved a contract with SOS for $738,000 on March 28, 2023. The agenda report failed to tell the city or the public how much of the contract was from the Richmond General Fund versus ERF-1 funding. Why? And the answer is that the ERF-1 services to be provided by SOS were unknown to specify the actual amounts. We anticipated that SOS would be helping us with the Castro encampment. We just didn't know the level of that work. After the Castro encampment was resolved and we did the invoicing, and we found out that based on the service provided to Castro, $166,675, or 20% of the total contract, were costs that were paid by the ERF-1 grant for services provided to the Castro encampment. The balance of the contract was paid by the unhoused interventions, the general funds. SOS also provided other services that are billed or funded by other sources that they are sourcing in the amount of approximately $244,000. Next slide. The next two questions that were brought up have to do with the current contract, asking about the breakdown. The question was $20,000 to $25,000 for a grant writer versus $1.5 million in taxpayer money. It's unclear what percent of this 1.5 is from the general fund. The second question, SOS appears to be getting an additional $1.5 million with no public discussion or review as it is currently on the consent calendar. Once again, the agenda report fails to tell the council or public how much of the $1.5 million is coming from the Richmond General Fund or ERF2 funding. Why? So a couple of things. One, the contract is for a period of 15 months going from April 1, 2024 through June of 30th, 2025. The proposed increase in the contract results in the staff increasing from 20 to 24 people. Staff is estimating that ERFR2 encampment activities will range from $290,000 to $365,000 out of the total $1.463 million contract, and that's based on our experience with the Castro encampment. Again, we're not really clear how all that will work out because with round two, we're actually working with a multiple number of encampments as opposed to Castro where we had one location. Next round, we're going to be working with many locations. So that's just a rough estimate, again, based on our previous experience. And the last item there is SOS is also looking to provide additional services that will be billed or funded by other sources in the amount of approximately $450,000. Next slide. So in summary, homelessness continues to be an ongoing and growing challenge for the city of Richmond. The 2023 point-in-time count estimated there were 487 unsheltered people in Richmond. Due to some concerns on the reliability of the count, the PIT was retaken in 2024. New PIT numbers are anticipated to be available in late spring 2024. The city has made a commitment to provide resources to address the ongoing issue of homelessness by providing funding for the Housing First, rent relief, and emergency shelter assistance programs. In addition, the city has funded SOS to provide services to citywide encampments, while at the same time providing job opportunities for the unhoused. The city has been able to leverage these funds by applying for and receiving approximately $4.8 million from the ERF1 grant and $8.6 million from the ERF2 grant to further address homelessness in the cities. The SOS workforce provides services, hygiene services at citywide encampments, and are needed to address the immediate needs of unsheltered residents of the city. Next slide, please. Staff recommendation is to approve the contract amendment number 1 in the amount of $1,463,415.23 for a total contract amount not to exceed $2,200,000 $202,108.82, and extending the term through June 30th, 2025, to be paid with funds from the City Unhoused Interventions, the general fund, and an allocation to be determined, as I mentioned earlier, from the TERF R2 grant award. Next slide. We're available for questions. We also have Executive Director Daniel Barth from SOS in the audience that can also answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Doria, Councilmember Robinson.
That's okay. All good. So thank you for that, and thank you for your work, SOS. I really appreciate all that you do for folks who are unhoused, and not just the providing of the hygiene and services, but the things that you've been coming and testifying to, workforce development, the new vision for transitioning people to more sustainability, more humanity, humane lives. I do want to address one thing, and the question that I have is, I love the stats that we're seeing here, and I also wonder if if they're also collecting demographics for whom they're serving. Like, what are the demographics of the population? I think it's important, especially considering the homeless, unhoused report that we received regarding where the percentages are in terms of who are most affected. Are we collecting that data currently?
We aren't for all of the data points, but as part of ERF1 and ERF2 with all the court intakes, they do, but if they're picking up or doing just one daily outreach, we haven't been. It tends to be project specific. So for ERF1, ERF2, Housing First, any other referrals they do, we do collect, but it is something we can work with SOS as we move forward.
I think it'll be important to just daylight that. I think it's really good to know, kind of how we're impacting the problem and making sure that we're definitely making sure resources are getting to those that are most impacted. And without the data, you just don't know. It's not that it isn't happening, it's that we don't know. So if we could see that kind of data in future reports, I think it'd be really helpful, so that we can, in my opinion, more easily, continue doing this kind of support and work.
Thank you. Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the great presentation. SOS, thank you for your great job out there. I've been out there with you guys a couple of times when you clean up Santa Fe and other areas, so thank you for that. I do have a couple of questions. Some of the questions on there were from some of the constituents, or I was CC'd from some of the constituents. But I do have a question. I was looking back through the motion. Do we have any data on how many encampments or how much services we did or cleanups we've done outside of Richmond? In El Sobrante, San Pablo, or other areas? Do we break down that data?
We do. In the invoicing we receive, we didn't bring it with us, but in the invoices, we do see which sites are served, and there are some in El Sobrante based on recent, and as well as in the North Richmond general area.
And were we able to reach out to the county to see if they would help us offset the costs for the El Sobrante area?
We did, and they recommended that, we look at the funding source of Measure X for eligible projects such as this to get additional funding.
But they weren't willing to give us some of their money without us having to apply for a grant? Because that's the partnership, is if you give me $1, I give you $1, it's a partnership versus I have to go beg for the dollar. And that's us doing all the work trying to get that other $1. Okay, thank you. And part of the motion as well was to see if we can help with the grant writer. And I saw in the presentation that it looks like we are the ones that are going after the grant writer. Did I read the slide correct?
Yes, and so we had a discussion, I think, internally as staff following council direction that there's other nonprofits, community-based organizations that, from a capacity standpoint would benefit from working with grant writers. And so having an on-call list that one could not only serve other city departments, but also the nonprofits, community organizations, as opposed to hiring one person for one organization. It could be a grant writer that can serve multiple organizations.
I like that idea as well, but I think that the motion, if I'm reading it correctly, was to give them additional funding so they can have their own grant writer, and that way it can help offset. So in the future, the city wouldn't have to pay the majority or bulk of their budget, their annual budget, right? Because we don't know when the city might have money. Right now, we're lucky that we do. But I think that the sentiment, if I'm reading it correctly, and if I remember from back almost a year ago, I think, when we met, was to give them $25,000, I believe was the motion. And then we said we would come back. I'm trying to read the motion here. The maker of the motion agreed that we were going to come back to allocate that funding whenever it came back, but maybe we can figuring out. I like your idea as well, but I'm just putting it on there. So it sounds like we didn't get a chance to.
Yeah, we did not return, and so I think if that's the will of the council, you can add a line item within this contract amendment of $25,000 to support grant writing.
And then for that support of grant writing, would that be grant writing for everyone, as you just mentioned, for all of our nonprofits, or just specifically to SOS?
Well, not if you do it as an amendment to this contract. It would be specific to them.
Okay, and then if we would do it for everyone else, because you know all of our nonprofits a lot better and you work with them a lot more. So if they're all in need, maybe the 25,000, would that then help everybody? Is that one grant writer going to be able to help our multiple?
If I may, through the mayor, Councilmember Zepeda, so for $25,000, we would not be able to support the work and the support that the nonprofits need. And so Patrick Seals has been working on this item, as Ms. Velasco indicated, and is issuing an RFP, and we anticipate, I can provide an email to the council tomorrow after I touch base with him, but our goal is to bring it back to city council to hire, and so that way we have a variety of different grant writer types. Like this evening, council members have made reference to needing grant writing for specific sectors and for specific tasks. So we have internal needs, and there are the needs of the nonprofits, and we're trying to put together a comprehensive on-call list like we have for lots of other services. Is what we're trying to do, but we also hear the reminder, and so we can certainly incorporate that into the current budget.
And can I ask
for SOS specifically?
And I think that the goal was to help the nonprofits be self-sustainable. So we give them either one-time funding, or we help them once and then they kind of keep on going, versus us having to fund. And it sounds like maybe if we have the on-call list, that we're paying for that year after year. Is that the?
Well. In terms of our Department of Children and Youth and the work that we do with nonprofits right now, for example, the Department of Children and Youth, because of Measure E and K, the budget for that annually now is about $6.4 million and increasing. So one of the things that Mr. Seals will be prepared to talk to is what are the needs of the local nonprofits based on his interactions with them through both the Department of Children and Youth and the ECIA process, and to offer the council an opportunity to provide more support to our nonprofits. So for this agenda item particularly, we weren't prepared to go into that level of detail, but just wanted to mention that so the council is aware that in terms of our grant writing and our grant support, that we're expanding it as the council requested.
Thank you. So it sounds like maybe we wait to get the full report then.
Point of order, time to extend the meeting.
I'll make a motion since I have the mic on.
I second it.
Until we finish the item.
Okay, a motion to extend the meeting to finish this item, seconded by
Councilmember Bonner.
Councilmember Bonner.
Councilmember Bonner.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez.
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda.
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
And then, can I ask SOS a quick question in regards to grant writers? Have you tried hiring somebody that was a grant writer? Just a question. You're up. Hold on a second. We'll look for red. Red means go.
Yeah, let it blink. It's like standby mode. Hit it again. Now wait.
Bingo.
All right.
Thank you for the question. Earlier in the year, in July of last year, we hired a grant writer, and because we have we had to hire a junior grant writer, and he didn't work out very well in the long run, and so we're now without a grant writer, and the support would be appreciated. But of course, I mean, $25,000 doesn't get one a grant writer, especially if we're trying to raise the money to become self-sufficient. So it is a process. The equity that you're putting into an organization that is trying to reimagine public safety and public health in Richmond, and we're just one of many organizations that are working in the field of homelessness, and we see ourselves in a convening role, small as we are, because we have to lift above our weight in order to do something that's encampment focused. And that vision is something we need to talk about. And there is fundraising potential for that, but it needs creativity and needs collaboration with other organizations. And that's something that I think will bring benefits in the future, that by having other organizations that are more experienced, obviously, than we are, but with our expertise on the ground, with the cultural competency that we have in encampments, we should be able to fundraise together. And that's the goal that we've been seeking to achieve through other nonprofits working with us. And many of them would have been on Zoom this evening, but one by one they dropped. But I look forward to, not in 2-minute fashion, but in some other means of communication, sharing with you how it is that we see a street-level partnership truly building the resources that will take us into the long term. Because as we mentioned, I forget who it was who mentioned it, I think it was you, that we are not going to see state money for encampments in the near future, and we need to somehow develop the infrastructure locally and with the county, as you point out. And how we build that legitimacy with the county is a fundraising strategy in and of itself, of course.
Thank you. Thank you. No other questions, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Bada.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and I'm really proud of the city of Richmond that treats the homeless in a very humane way. And we should continue the work, so I fully support it. I just have a couple of quick questions. Number one, the data you presented, have you verified them in terms of the services provided by SOS? How do you verify such data?
So we verify in different ways, invoicing, receipts. So for laundry services, sign-in sheets for laundry, payroll records for employees, and then obviously boots on the ground. There are moments where we're there on the field together or with other caseworkers and staff. So we do our best to try to verify, and they provide the backup documentation that we require for invoicing.
Thank you. I talked to some businesses, and I know some of them spend like nearly $1 million on safety because of the theft and fire hazards by the homeless and everything. Do you think if we can team up the city and the businesses and SOS organization together to reduce homelessness?
Yes, I think we're all working together, faith-based organizations, to accomplish that. So, if there's specifics, we already do. I think some of the showers that SOS provides obtain water from an existing business. So up when we were doing Castro, there was a small convenience store that would provide the water for the showers, and they would host. So we definitely are partnering with business organizations in this effort.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Well, I hope we can bring in businesses at the larger scale. I'll talk to you offline later on. And basically, that's it. I think, yeah, you're doing a good job. SOS is doing an excellent job, and I'm very proud of the city of Richmond. I think as far as I know, we're the only city having such a service. Is that true?
Are we the only city with, well, I know Oakland has a street outreach team, and there are other cities, I think Concord as well, but I think what's unique here is that, you know, they both have a workforce development side and also provide other outreach and referrals work.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Is it time to make a motion? Should I? I'm sorry.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
People want to cut off before the discussion is over. Okay, is it my turn?
Yes,
Okay,
go ahead.
thanks. Yeah, so I want to thank SOS for all your work. I mean, I love your model. Yeah, I'm on. I love your model, and I think it's a very necessary model because it is boots on the ground at the encampments. And they have so many wonderful pieces of the program, and some of them weren't even mentioned in that. Maybe those will come later or in a different way. The Warm Hand and the Warm Hand Wellness and Resource Center is something they're moving forward with, which is really helpful because people who are unhoused, especially chronically unhoused, have all kinds of health problems, mental health, physical health, in general, emotional health. They need that support. And they need that peer accompaniment. So I want to, that's a key focus of SOS. And I want to compare it to ONS. Now, when we moved ONS forward, we wanted to make sure that the outreach folks that would be hired through the city's ONS program were formerly incarcerated. Why? Because these formerly incarcerated people had the lived experience and they've turned their lives around, but to share with the youth that were on a wrong track their experience and to help them prevent going in that direction. So I see the fact that people with lived experience can outreach to people with similar problems. And that's what SOS is doing. They're using people that were unhoused, that got a job through SOS, and some of them now have housing, so they're formerly unhoused, and they're working to accompany people in encampments, find out their needs, whether it's laundry or a job, or whether they need, food stamps, or they need to get on the county's program or on Social Security disability. Whatever those needs are, they're on the ground working on it. Now, the city, there's a big picture here. And I think this program works with the big picture. I think collaboration was something that was mentioned a few times. And I think that's really important. So if we can get that from the grassroots of the encampments, work being done to prepare people for jobs, for getting an income, so that they could afford to sustain housing, not just the 1 year from Housing First, but to go on after that to be able to, pay their rent. And that requires that peer accompaniment. What are your needs? How can we help you, get the income you need, whether it's through a job or some other source? And how can we help you sustain your life? Because it's not only sustain your housing, we need to help them figure out what are their problems and help them sustain their lives. They are victims to a runaway housing crisis, and we have to understand that. And so if we keep just moving people around, which I think was mentioned that, people, maybe it was in the agenda report or something, people get moved out of one location, they go to another location. That isn't helping the problem. But if you start from the encampment level and provide them with the needed services in a sensitive way, without discrimination, without, making them feel like they're less than anybody else, because they are a victim of a system that we're all victims of, but they seem to be some of the throwaway elements of the system, and we don't want to throw people away. And that's important to me, that our city recognizes that.
And I'm sorry, I just really feel really passionate about the fact that people who are victims of a systemic problem should be given as much support as we can afford them. And we do have a great organization that is helping and will work with the other city providers that we've already provided money for so that that program could work well as well. And of course, SOS can work well knowing they have these other projects, or we have Way to Love and we have others. And my view was, hey, we need the whole picture, and this is a part of the picture. So I'm going to stop there and say I'm excited that this contract or amendment extension is happening, and let's embrace this model, let's embrace the big picture, and let's keep making change.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Jimenez, and then hopefully after that, we can have a motion.
Public comments.
No, I should have been here because I would have had public comments before I let all these people speak.
Public comments? How?
Yes.
Public.
Okay, so let's have public comments and then.
Yeah.
Okay, we have 7 in-person speakers. Speakers are Mark Welsberg, Marilyn Langlois, Terry Edlinger, Alohilani Black, Miguel Zaragoza, O'Neill Fernandez, and Daniel Barth. Please come forward. You'll have 2 minutes.
Is it working? Oh. Law enforcement needs to stop these homeless encampments before they start. Any vehicle parked over 72 hours is going to have to be tagged and towed. And I don't want to hear this crap that they don't have enough police to do it. Any police officer go in there and tag it. I don't buy this mental health crap. It's all just a cop-out. You see these people down on McDonald Avenue, they're gone. They're not going to do nothing with their lives. You should start a program. You put these people in a shelter for 1 or 2 years. If you're going to spend over $2 million, you could have people in these homeless shelters live there as long as they're going to a job training program. If it takes 1 year or 2 years, that's fine. If a person really want to help themselves, then so be it. If a person don't want to help themselves, then you just let them rot. The people in El Sobrani, these people, you're just wasting your time with these people. They're just a bunch of drunks and dope addicts. I know. I was dealing with these people for over 7 years. These people are not going to do nothing. But if a person wants to really help themselves, they could go ahead and do it. I know. I lived on the streets of my truck for 16 years. The first thing I knew I was going to be homeless, I went to Contra Costa College and got me a Pell Grant. And I stayed at Contra Costa for about 8 years, digging in garbage cans, going to the culinary, getting free food, recycling. But most of these people, they don't want to do nothing. All they just want to do is get drunk and do drugs. But the bottom line is you need to stop the encampments before they stop. This is how you stop these problems. Like I say, if you want to get these people into a shelter, if you find a person that wants to better their lives, I have no problem with that. Spend the money on that. But other people just don't want to do nothing, especially these garbage in El Sobrani. All they do is sit at the liquor store and get drunk and do drugs, and that's it. That's all they want to do.
Our next speaker is Marilyn Langlois, followed by Terry Edlinger.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Marilyn Langlois, longtime Richmond resident. I urge you to support this item. SOS is a really important and valuable organization in our community. It works with our unhoused residents to help mitigate the suffering of some of our most vulnerable people in Richmond by helping them on their path towards connection and purpose and uplift. via many programs, including the Warm Hand Wellness and Resource Center. It not only provides things like laundry, showers, job readiness, employment, transitional and permanent housing, and healthcare, but it synergizes with other providers like GRIP and Lifelong Medical, the county's core program, and Richmond Works. So that's a really important coordination. But I think one of the most important aspects of SOS has to do with relationships. Mayor Martinez, over the years, I've often heard you talk about the key importance of relationships in making a healthy community, relationships among residents, with community organizations, with local businesses. And SOS really maintains strong relationships with everyone that they serve, even after they're housed, so that they don't feel isolated, but they feel enveloped in a supportive community where they feel they belong, and really enhances our city in many ways. So please support this. Thank you.
Terry Edlinger. Can't get the thing to start.
Hello, my name is Terry Edlinger. I have been part of helping the volunteer coordination for SOS for a couple of years now, and I am very impressed with what I see happening with that organization, and I highly encourage more support and monies to go into that, because I see the effect that it's having in the community. I was Richmond. I grew up in Richmond since I was 18 or 12 years old. I'm almost 70, and I've seen a significant difference in the quality of what's happening in the sort of unhoused and homeless and poor communities because of the services that SOS is providing. What they provide is consistency, and that's what's lacking if we don't give them the money. Is we have to keep the programs moving forward in order for them to really start exponentially working in the community. So I really, really encourage the support and to give them the money that they need to continue what they're doing. Thank you.
Alo Halani Black.
All right. Hi, my name is Elohilani Black. I'm homeless from the Castro area, and SOS has helped me get my birth certificate and job-wise. Right now I just volunteer, but I do the workforce with them, and I'm starting to do the immigration papers with a lot of people who need it. Thank you.
Okay, Miguel Zaragoza. Miguel Zaragoza. Okay. O'Neill Fernandez.
How are we all doing tonight, Council? I'm O'Neill. I'm the Director of Wellness and Programs for SOS. Funny story is that he called the El Sobrante drunks and getting high. I was one of them. And I also lived right next to him. And then I got to go out a year later sober and do outreach to him. So when I heard him screaming that stuff, I kind of, inside it, you can't judge those drug addicts and drunks, because I had to come and offer you a shower, which was amazing. So I wanted to kind of go on this, we opened this wellness center. And in the first 4 days that we had it, we had estimated 80 people would show up to these things if we had it 5 days a week. And that was, we didn't think in the beginning of the soft launch. We've on our 4th day, we've got 76 people that walked in our doors. Through that, we've got multiple people have got linked up to the food bank for their CalFresh, which then can lead to the Medi-Cal and into the lifelong services that we have a partnership with. What was beautiful was this Saturday, we've got 8 people to see immigration lawyers. Every single one of those people walked in that warm hand. and wanted that service. How we knew that was because they had a self-assessment. They had to write down and tell us what their needs were. And by the time they were done, 8 people, the Miguel you were talking about, he was one of them. And it was a beautiful thing to see them walk out with a smile. Are we done? Not at all. Our next step was Catholic Charities, getting them to see and getting their documents, then getting the medical. So, that's really the warm hand I'm never going to say I'm the workforce professional or what we're good at is that in companionship, is to walk them from the streets into these other things and to make sure they're supported, helping them, sometimes just having someone to talk to. And that is great. When we're sitting at the warm hand, we're able to sit down and have a good story with each other.
Thank you. Daniel Barth?
Thank you. Thank you, Council, for being our support. Thank you, City staff, for really standing behind us, for really making this happen, for having confidence in us. It's really amazing that I've taken this hat off, because Stewards for Change is a long-term process, and it takes fund development. It takes really doing some work, reaching out and doing a plan that goes to 2030. We've made that plan, right? So we have a vision, and it's a stable vision that started in 2017 in our minds and then in our actions as volunteers. And so I'm going back, I'm taking off that hat, and the other hat I'm putting on says you're not alone. And when I go out there and I'm driving a car and I'm going to, and this is to Doria, absolutely I agree with you 100%, and I only have a minute, 20 seconds, so I'm going to really try. But when we go out on the streets, and everyone talks about how there's different homeless. Well, the situations are very different, and it's situational where people are at. I can stop on the street and talk with someone right there on the curb and may not get action, may not get relationship, and that person happens to more than often than not be African American and original Richmond. But we haven't been asking for that information. I'm not going to be able to finish this. But we haven't been asking for the demographics because for now we've been just dealing with our service. Whoever comes, comes. But now I'm recognizing really strongly that the ones most in the front are the ones most needing the care, are the most difficult to reach, and it's going to take a long period of time to do that. It's the same with our undocumented brothers and sisters who are out there now willing to come forward and do some work together is a huge endeavor. So yes, we need to know how to reach different populations and where those are. The RVs in every one of your neighborhoods, knocking on each of them, opening it like a picket fence, extending a hand, and getting a phone number and bringing them to that wellness center. That's what I'm doing now, and I'm very excited to be doing that. I wish I could talk with you more. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll move to our online speakers, and we have 5 speakers.
The speakers are John Knox, Cheryl Mayer, Dominique Kaufman, Bronze, and John Tokai. Please be ready to unmute yourself when your name is called. John Knox.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I would like to say that O'Neill Fernandez and the first speaker presented both sides of the homeless problem. Now, I lived on Ryden Road from January 2020 until the end of that particular encampment. And there's more to survival than just getting somebody a place to live. They need to have mental and emotional health. Of course, they need housing, but then they need to generate income. And if someone is in stress and duress and their head's in a box, they can't think. If you give them another place to live, that's a start. But you've got to work with them the way that SOS is now coming in with a wellness center. I've been there and I've seen the people. So what Daniel and O'Neill are telling you is the truth. It's not enough just to provide survival in the moment. You have to be able to get that person to see that they've got value to give to society. And if you can help them get away from the reasons why they decided to become homeless, then whatever program does that is absolutely worth the money. You know, HCEB, Lifelong Medical, and SOS in Richmond are making more headway than I think many other organizations in the past have. And the great thing about SOS is the fact that it has homeless people, or formerly homeless or unhoused, call it whatever you want. They have people that have been on the street, like me, who are now in staff positions, and they can talk to the homeless and help them from their own experience. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Dominique Kaufman.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Dominique Kaufman. My husband, Emmett Kaufman, and I are the owners of The Backyard, located at 205 Cutting Boulevard in the Santa Fe neighborhood. We are an outdoor and family-friendly beer and wine garden, food truck, and community gathering space. We have been working with SOS for over a year now, and we actually donate all of our leftover food from the backyard directly to SOS every week for SOS to distribute to their network. I have had incredible firsthand encounters with SOS over the last year and have seen their organization address our unhoused neighbors with compassion, empathy, and knowledge in a way that is both effective and transformational for our neighbors currently experiencing homelessness. They have a boots on the ground mentality and are truly integrated into the communities of those that need support and address their needs in a way that focuses on the root cause while offering essential services, opportunities for employment, sanitation services, meals, and more. This kind of organization could truly flourish with the full support of the city. Whenever we have an unhoused neighbor in need of help, we simply call Safe Organized Spaces community care line, and they are immediately connected to resources close by and a team member at SOS to support them. Your support of SOS goes an incredibly long way in creating true change for our unhoused neighbors and for our community here in Richmond. And we appreciate your consideration.
Thank you. The next speaker is Bronze. And can you please state your name for the record?
Mic check, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Bronze Courtney. I'm the executive director of HEPAC. We're a Black-owned, Black-led harm reduction agency based out of Oakland, but have been doing work in Richmond for the last 12 years as far as disease prevention and overdose prevention. And working with SOS has been amazing because we cross-refer to each other. We work with people who are suffering with substance use disorder, and we offer safer injection equipment, overdose prevention materials, disposal materials for littered syringes. And I'm excited to work closer with SOS so that we can make sure that there's a robust harm reduction component to all the great work they do with the unhoused community, specifically getting folks more self-sufficient so they can take care of themselves better and be healthier, alive, and able to thrive through whatever they're going through, whether they decide to stop using drugs or use drugs in another way. So I'm just really excited to move forward with more on the ground kind of boots on the ground outreach to make sure our unhoused community has harm reduction services. So thank you very much. And yeah, SOS, y'all the bomb.
Thank you. The next speaker is John Toki.
Hello, my name is John Toki. I worked with SOS about 10 days ago. I called them, asking them if they could help my neighbors, my homeless neighbors, as they were being evicted. They came over to my studio and helped the homeless within 30 minutes. I was so impressed. But what they showed me was they showed the homeless dignity. They showed them a desire to help them improve their lives. But what they also did was they showed me as a community member for 50 years on Spring Street in Richmond that I too was being helped as a citizen. SOS staff came to the property across the street on Spring Street, and they also cleaned up the entire property, and which also relieved a huge amount of work from the City of Richmond Public Works, who has over the years, over decades, on Spring Street, they have been heroically cleaning Spring Street, but now with SOS, they have really provided an extraordinary service. Thank you so much, SOS.
Thank you. The next speaker is Cheryl Mayer.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'm so pleased to have heard you speak before my colleagues from the public to speak, because I can perceive that you understand the issue very well and that you have support for SOS and the work they're doing. I'm a 40-year resident of the city of Richmond. I work in the Iron Triangle, and I've been involved in the homeless solutions for more than 25 years. I can just say, I can't add to anything that anyone else has already put forth, but I can say that we all know that helping people with intense needs is very, very difficult. And secondly, that there's no other organization that is willing to do the trash removal for the encampments and to really go door to door and face difficult circumstances without fear and with humanity. So I urge you to support SOS. I have high regard for everyone's understanding of this issue and for the work that this council has been doing to raise money for the unhoused. And I appreciate the opportunity to throw my endorsement along with everyone else's. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Mayor, we need a motion to suspend the rules and extend the meeting to complete this item.
I'll make a motion to suspend the rules and extend the meeting to complete this item.
I'll second.
Okay, motion to suspend made by Willis, seconded by Cepeda.
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
All right, so maybe we can close it out with comments from Vice Mayor Jimenez and Councilmember Robinson.
Yeah, thank you so much for the information, for the presentations, and SOS, thank you for the work. I think, like, for me, and for many people in the council, we recognize that the issue of unhoused residents is not going to be resolved just by one intervention. And I think SOS is bringing a unique experience and model to employ and hire unhoused communities to be part of that process. So I think that is a plus, and I'm glad that we are looking at how we are going to start helping these organizations to add capacity, to really start adding capacity so they not only just survive by city funds, which I think we should continue to be funding not only SOS but different interventions, because this is an issue that we need to put into. Like, we know that the county, even though they are the ones that receive the money for unhoused intervention, is not enough in the city, and I'm glad that the city council had recognized that and the importance of us putting money into that and making funds available to support the unhoused community in Richmond. I just want to, I think, like, I agree with Councilmember Doria about some, like, the part of reporting, because these are public funds that we need to be able to kind of be able to show how this is impacting and the numbers. So with the people who are attacking this kind of decision that we are making, we can have the right information to say, look at this is how things are being done. And I am sure, like SOS, I know the comments, I heard the comments tonight, and I know that they are doing an amazing job. Every time that I see something in the District 6, I call Daniel, and I know that he is helping helping with issues around unhoused residents. So I am in support, and I think like what I want is to emphasize that a reporting that is more consistent and it has more information, it will be really good so that we can make sure that we are accountable with these funds to the public. Thank you.
Councilmember Robinson?
So there's a couple of things I wanted to ask. One was, I believe I'm reading it right, but it doesn't seem like the wellness center is included in this contract. Yeah. And so I just wanted to make that clear that, all the services that are included are great and they're needed and everything. And, this visionary work is not a part of that. And it's probably having to do with grant restrictions and other things. I'm not sure, I'm guessing why that wasn't included.
Yeah, we've been in discussions with SOS about what a health and wellness center looks like, but one, we don't have sufficient funding to get to the level they need to, and there are some immediate needs that we want to do. So I think working on future grant writing, we do have some opioid settlement funding, and then we're also waiting for a donation from Prologis that will fund a little bit more of some of the interventions that they're hoping to do. So that may come down further in the next few months, but we just are at capacity in terms of funding right now until we get a new allocation. So we're going to be looking for other funding opportunities.
Yeah. So on that note, I think I was the one who put forward the suggestion that we should really make sure to fund capacity building, a grant writer. $25,000 is not enough for a grant writer, and that might write a grant or two. So just to be clear for everybody, no one can survive for $25,000 in the Bay Area, not well. So just to be clear, if we really want to build capacity, which I think we really, city funds go up and down. We don't know what's going to be available on the state level, on the local level, because we go in good times, we go in bad times, and so if there's so much dependence on these services that we really need from a single source, you become very vulnerable. If we have an economic downswing, then it's all over, right? And so being able to support that capacity building before it's a crisis situation is just really, really important. It also gives you flexibility, because if you can raise your own money, tell your own story, find that other constellation of funders who believe in the vision, they will fund your vision. They will fund all of the experimental, the really cutting edge things that may not mesh with a state grant, or other kind of things. And I feel like it's so important that we make sure that enough money to actually, put that human resource in place is really critical if we want to, keep the kind of work that we're seeing going. And I would say that of any organization that's doing really great work, like, you need that infrastructure and capacity building if you're going to be able to continue that work. And then finally, just the last comment is, I think some people out there believe that when you get a government contract that people just give you a whole pile of money. Like, here's a blank check, bonk. Like, and it just lands on your doorstep like in a big like sack of money or something like that. That is not the way these things work. Yes, we have the tracking and those data and figures and everything, but that's not the only way. Usually, with a few rare exceptions, you can get an advance or something like that. But you have to actually justify how you spent those funds down to the penny in order to continue to get reimbursements. These are usually reimbursable grants, and you have to submit every receipt, every timesheet to justify every single expenditure. Like, this is not a bag of money that lands and people might make off with it and buy Cadillacs or something like that. I don't know. I think that there's the notion that something like that is possible, and it just really isn't. That's not how city funds normally work, So I just wanted to say that so that we can, kind of just get that out of people's minds. I'll say it again, but, it is a really arduous process, and actually a lot of organizations, it can be difficult to keep up with the reporting that's necessary for government grants. And you do not get the money if you did not keep that receipt. So I just wanted to make that really clear while we close tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I make a motion?
Go ahead.
Okay, so my motion is to approve the staff's recommendation of amendment number 1 to the SOS contract as stated in the agenda recommended action, with the added requirement that SOS includes demographics in their reports. And this is where I have to ask a question before I add this last part in the motion. So, Lena, I heard you say something about you could add coming back, but was that only talking about the 25,000? So, okay, saw you nod. So, the other option, which staff is recommending, is to hire a grant writer for all nonprofits to help them build, or any nonprofit that might need help in building capacity. Is that correct?
I think that we want to frame it and get some policy direction from the council on how that's going to work, and offer some options.
So you would prefer it not be
Right,
part of this
until
motion?
you have,
All right.
you can make a informed decision.
Okay, but I think that's a good idea, so we'll look forward to getting that item. So that's my motion.
Second.
That's it.
Did you get
Yes, go ahead.
So is this going to include a line items for internal grant writing service? I don't want to double check with SOS. Is that something you would like? Yeah. So if it would possible to allow for resources to building up the capacity for internal fundraising. And I just wanted to say that it's great if you get an external grant writer from the city to help you on a particular grant, but that's not the same as building internal capacity. It's really different. That's a one-time kind of thing. You're shared amongst many, many people. You're not actually building the ability within your organization to pursue and attain grants. That's something really different. So my question is, can we add to your, can I do a friendly amendment that would allow for a line item for this kind of capacity building at the level that would be meaningful to be able to actually sustain a fund development person on their staff?
Right, yeah, I would definitely accept that friendly amendment. So it's to add, it's staff's recommendation of the extension of the amendment to the contract with the added requirement to include demographics in their reports and to include an, would you put
A line
those-
item
a line item.
for an internal staff member who could serve a fund development function and it be a meaningful amount so they can sustain that staff member
Okay,
for
and
the length
to
of the
include
contract.
a line item for a staff member at a meaningful amount to, so that they could work on sustaining themselves. Did I get that right?
Yeah, and I said it like that because I'm not sure what all of the limitations are in terms of the funding source or whatever, so.
If I may, Mayor, I just want to clarify that we would need to make that funding come from the general fund. So I just want to make sure that the council is aware that's how we need to do it because we have grant requirements for some of these funding sources related to this contract. And so to ensure that we don't have any issues, that would be my recommendation.
I understand. I think, though, in the long run, this is going to be good for the city's budget.
Oh, no, I'm not, I'm not
no.
making a policy suggestion.
I
I'm
hear
just
you.
clarifying that this is 100, or I think, did I hear 100 and?
I didn't
Did I
say
hear a
the number
Okay.
because I think that needs to be decided by
So then
people other than me.
we can come back to the city council separately with a budget item for this, if that's the direction, because we need to confer and then recommend an actual dollar amount.
The only thing is this, even before you come back, this contract will be signed. I'm a little worried about.
Yes, we can certainly do that.
Go
Well,
forward
so
with the sign.
either the council can, either the friendly amendment can specify a dollar amount and note that it's included, it will come from the general fund, or we can come back with that particularly as a separate item. So either way, depending on what the council wants.
I would suggest we come back.
Yes.
We could direct staff to do that. I see you're worried.
The best time to prepare is before you need it. So, I mean,
Well, we would be coming back with a number. Right now, we don't have a.
when?
Next meeting.
Well, I mean, I guess if looking at the staff
Yeah,
positions.
we're not able to do it by the next meeting because I've just finished reviewing agenda items for the second, and we finalize the agenda
I think
by
if-
tomorrow, end of day, so that's not feasible.
So here's a question. If we put an amount in now and it turns out to be, not enough, can we adjust the amount later?
Yes?
Okay. So, let's put in an amount.
Do you have a number?
I feel like I'm on The Price is Right.
Do you,
I would say 100,000.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
And then if that's not enough, because you have to think about that's you're employing somebody, you have to pay employer taxes, you have to pay any kind of benefits that you offer, sick time, all that kind of stuff. So even though the actual anyway.
So we could adjust it, but for now, that's part of the motion then to the line item for 100,000 to be included on this contract before it gets circulated for signatures.
From the general fund.
From the general fund, yes.
do you accept?
Yes.
All right, so we have a friendly amendment, and we have a agreement from the person who did the second.
Councilmember, are we ready?
I'm sorry.
You ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I need to get clear on the line item, the $100,000. What is it exactly for again?
It's to pay for an internal fund development person so that they can build the capacity, their own capacity to seek out and secure grant funding. So they're not solely dependent upon the city of Richmond for the majority of their budget.
Thank you. So that $25,000 before didn't go through. We're doing it now. Okay, yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
I said yes. Thank
Okay.
you.
Vice Mayor Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
All right. Well, it looks as if this meeting is adjourned. People are beginning to leave. So we're done. Thank you so much.